That's a big one. That's not affected at all. Any of you guys on this call, if you are running any kind of ads at all, our first recommendation is that you run local service ads first. If they're run properly, they in almost every market are the highest performers. Right now, if you have not experienced that yourself, then there's a couple of reasons that might be, and one of them might be that your ads just aren't set up properly. That's a thing, you know. But there are certain parts of the country where they don't perform as well as others. If you are in a position to run local service ads, it is all your budget is all based on how big of a company you have. If you have one crew, you're probably going to have a certain budget. If you have 2 or 3 or 4 crews, your budget's obviously going to be higher because you need more leads. It matters how competitive your local market is. If you have a couple of really, really nasty competitors that have a budget for it, they're going to drive your prices up. So you can't really give a solid budget that works for everybody. But generally speaking, you're going to have to be into the game for about $500 a month on the local service ads at least, if you're going to be competitive in most markets, and it might have to be higher than that. Did I hear a hand? Maybe not. I thought I heard
it. It was a message.
Oh, was that a message to me?
Yeah.
Are these ranking? Oh, what you're seeing on the screen here, or what rankings?
Yes, sir. Yeah. That was a question.
No, I don't know that these are not necessarily in best to least, but let me look. I mean, I didn't do it intentionally. Let me see. Yes, I would say that's 1, 2, 3. You know what? Yeah. I guess I organized them mentally when I put this list together. These would probably be pretty close to most important to least important. Yep.
Sweet. Okay. Thanks.
All right. So here's what these things look like, right? Like if you guys aren't clear, the sponsored link here that's part of this Google Map Pack, this is where your local service ads show up. Now, there are other ads that you can run with Google. They're pay-per-click ads. They're different ads, right? But these ads that show up in the Map Pack, this is what we're talking about here. These get clicked at a really, really high rate. I want to add one more thing here because this is super important. If you run local service ads, you got to listen to me. I know not all of you do, but if you do, you have to listen to this. When you are running those ads and you get a lead, you have to respond to that lead quickly. If you don't, Google tracks how fast you respond to the lead. If you don't respond to the lead quickly, not only does your conversion rate go down, which obviously sucks, but Google will start to move your ad lower and lower. If you're not getting back to your leads, they'll give that ad space to somebody else, right? So sometimes that's a thing that hurts people. And the next thing is you can rate your leads. So you have to rate your leads, because the leads that are going to come in, Google's trying to learn, like, is this a good lead? Are you getting a recap of this after the call ends? I don't know. Are we recording this, buddy? Nice. All right. I'm gonna take that as a compliment, that if somebody's asking for a recap, they're finding some value in my stuff. So don't tell me otherwise. I'm taking it as a compliment. All right. Now, good. I'm glad these guys are gonna get a recap. Yeah. So when you get a lead, there are rules that you have to follow by Google, and we're happy to guide you through them. I mean, Google tells you the rules, but we can tell you, like, you have to keep your call down to a certain length of time. There's certain things that you can and can't say, because if it's a bad lead, like, let me give you an example. Somebody's like, hey, do you guys, repair chain link gates? And you're like, dude, there's no way I'm going out to your, 45 minutes away to repair your chain link gate, right? I'm not going to do that, right? If you just said what I just said, you would not get refunded. Because what I did was because it was inconvenient. I'm not going 45 minutes to do this job that we normally do. If you said something like that, Google's not going to refund your money. But if you said, I'm sorry, we don't repair gates, we don't do that work, and you keep that phone call under a minute, you'll get your money back. And by the way, those clicks, depending on where you live, could be $40, $60, $80. There are certain parts of the country that every one of those leads is like $100, especially if you're in certain areas of the country. That could be $100 that you just blew because you said the wrong thing. So it's not hard. It's just you need to be educated to do it. And if you follow the rules, you will get your money back. And you're training Google how to give you better and better leads. So if you follow the rules, you will generally kill it. The people that tell me that they don't do very well with local service ads, there's in the back of my mind, I just have to believe it's like, yeah, they're just not following the rules well enough. That's what I honestly believe. Now, forget about the ad that sits in the top. The next thing is the Google Map Pack. These three, this is money in the bank here. So after this sponsored link here, your ability to rank in the top 3 locally is a really big deal. And I'm going to slow this one down. Again, some of you guys who've heard me speak before, I don't normally take this much time on a point-by-point thing. And I'm doing it because this stuff's really important. These rankings are more fluid than most people think they are. If you've been in this game, if you run a fence company for a lot of years, you may have gotten used to like, dude, we've always been the number 1 or the number 2 ranked one. And like, we're not number 1 right now. Like we're number 3, or we're not even on this list. Right. And so, that happens. So here's a scenario. This is a scenario that comes up sometimes. We have there's one company that I'm thinking of in particular. It's like, yeah, you're not open right now. That actually can move throughout the day. I watch this stuff move up and down a spot or two, depending on whether you're open or closed. It certainly matters how close you are. If there's somebody who's like right down the street from one of your competitors and he's like 3 or 4 miles away from you, your competitor very well may outrank you for that guy, but some other guy who's a little closer to you, then you would outrank them, right? So proximity, there's a lot of factors here. So we run reports. Everybody runs reports. Every agency, you can run reports. Anybody can run reports. Those reports are a snapshot in time. This is what your ranking is right this second under this exact scenario. But there's a lot of scenarios and a lot of time frames. So I really hope that helps clear some things up, because there's so much confusion on this. That being said, let's get back to the basics now. Now that you know that this is way more fluid, I think, than most people realized, you need to rank here. You need to do everything you can. So there's some great tips and tricks. Happy to share them with you. One of the things, I'm going to give you my best tip and trick right here, right now, so that everybody has it. I strongly recommend that without it destroying your life, because we have wives and daughters and family and stuff, and we deserve to have a life too. But without it destroying your life, figure out a way to get your business open hours outside of the normal range. Open an hour or two earlier. Stay open an hour or two late. You don't actually have to be open. You just got to be able to take a phone call, right? You got to have, you can get an answering service. You can assign somebody else in your company on a rotation. That's another thing that people do. Like, dude, I'll answer the phones Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Bob, you answer the phones after hours, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? Like if you do those kinds of things. So because you're open later or earlier, most of your competitors are going to be open during normal business hours. All of a sudden, you can find that you get higher ranks in those off hours, and you actually end up getting more leads in off hours than you do during normal hours. Jason, what you got, buddy?
Question about about responding to leads.
Yes, sir.
Right, and utilizing like an AI generated autoresponder.
Yep.
For off hours, stuff like that. What's your take on, because I've always been the one that, phone rings, I want a person to answer that phone.
Yeah.
Right. As soon as the lead comes in. However, we struggle with somebody, have a call, getting busy. Right. So what's your take, Sam, on having AI respond to that as opposed to just a normal person?
Dude, I love this question. I'd like to take a couple minutes and really dig into this one, because this is a pain point, right? It's a pain point for you. Obviously, you're asking the question, and it's a pain point for a lot of folks. So let me see if I can really do a good job for you guys. Number one, I believe you give people an option. So whether it's so AI response is funny because that's a big. It may not feel like a big topic, but it actually is, because there's different tools that work different ways. So one of them is just like every lead that comes in, AI is just going to handle it, off hours, whatever, right? But there's other tools where you can give people a choice. You can let them know, like, hey, do you want this is after hours. Do you want to leave us a message? You want it, whatever, or do you want to work with our AI chat or something? Like, you could give people an option. You'd be surprised how many people will choose it. I mean, we've got data on it. There's a fair number of people like, yeah, I'll go. Let me work through my system here, or whatever. So I'm not telling you to give people choice or not. I'm just saying you can do it if you have a question about that. Now, let's just focus specifically on the AI. Oh, and by the way, you can do it. You can be like, dude, I really don't want to take phone calls after hours, but I'm giving people choice. We're going to pick off a bunch of them with the AI bot. But if they really say, no, I want to talk to a human, I'm not going to get as many calls as I would have. I'm willing to try that. Right. So that maybe, again, this depends on your life. Now, the AI thing, if you're going to nail this thing, you can feed, some of the folks on this call may not know this, you can feed as much data to the AI engine as you want. The more attention you pay to this, the better your results are going to be. So if you can teach it, you just be like, tell us all about this is everything you need to know about my company. This is everything you need to know about our service area. These are all the services we provide. These are the products we have. Like, just feed it. Also feed it. Our primary target is this. We don't want this kind of work. Like, no, I'm not going out 45 minutes to repair a chain link gate. Like, dude, feed it everything. Talk to it like it's your psychiatrist, right? Feed it everything. And then the more information it has, the better answers it's going to be and the more it can help. And you can even tell it, like, if a certain thing, like if somebody's asking about these types of projects, I actually want them to call me. So people are asking questions and AI is like, and it triggered it like, oh, this is like a grade A lead. And then the AI chat could be like, hey, I've got Jason's available to talk. You want to give him a call real quick? Like, there's all kinds of great stuff you can do. So I don't know if that opens anybody's eyes to the possibility, but these are the things that you can do. Does that help at all? I mean, I want to make sure I answered your question. More than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it, Sam.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, that's a big topic. I hear that a lot, especially if you're not running multiple crews, you don't have a whole bunch of people sitting in a front office. I understand it. Getting back the leads is a real challenge. All right. The next set of places you can show up are your organic results. This is lately I hear them called the blue links, right? This is the way that the Google search used to look. You still get some of these results. This gets way less traffic than it used to. So I field questions sometimes. People are like, I don't really care about SEO as much anymore because nobody really clicks these links anymore. And I would agree, on one hand, that is true. The number of clicks that you will get through these traditional organic rankings has gone way, way down. The problem is that every other type of search in some part of its algorithm depends on how you rank in these organic results. So don't be fooled into thinking that just because you're not getting clicks from these links, that traditional SEO doesn't matter. Even in these map listings, I don't know if you guys know this or not, I failed to say it a minute ago. Even these local listings, part of the algorithm that determines how you rank here is based directly off of these other listings. So you cannot, don't diminish your SEO, the importance of SEO and the budget you throw at traditional SEO, thinking like just because you're not getting direct clicks from this, somehow it doesn't matter. This is the foundation of everything else that happens, except for paid ads. I mean, if you're just going to straight up run paid ads, you don't need to do you don't have to worry about SEO. But I don't know a single fence company, manufacturer, distributor, or contractor that succeeds at a high level that gets all of their traffic or a majority of their traffic through paid ads. It's too expensive. Paid ads are a great supplement if things are a little soft, especially seasonally. Man, hold on. I'm going to go off topic for a second. If you have a budget, let's say you're paying $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month. It depends on, for SEO stuff. Let's say like you're really serious about wanting to rank on Google. So you're paying $2,000, $3,000 a month to really succeed on Google on all the rankings. And that is your entire online marketing approach. It might work, but it might need a little help. Especially, there's dips, like there's times of the season that are a little busier. There's times of the season that are a little slower. The folks that tend to be most successful online are the folks that are using their paid ad budget to kind of, sometimes I need it a little higher because it's a little slow. Right now it's busy. I'm going to cut that budget way back. Not off necessarily, but we're going to cut it back. And so, keep your SEO budget. If you're going to do that, that stays consistent. You always plugging away at that, but you make your adjustments by how much you're paying with paid ads. I hope that makes sense. That's a formula that seems to work for pretty much everybody that we're aware of. Yes, sir. Jason, dude, keep asking them, man. Your questions are great. Keep coming. Come on.
Paid ads. So, and you kind of touched on that, Sam. Shouldn't turn off paid. If you're going to run ads, should probably never turn those off. Just turn them down,
Correct.
Right? Then that does build. It keeps you in the, let's call it, in the loop.
Yes. Yeah. It's how you could talk to 10 different doctors and you might get 2 or 3 or 4 different things about something you're facing medically. So it is possible that there are other SEO digital marketing people that know what they're talking about, that are highly respected, that it's possible that they may disagree with this particular point. The majority of digital, and I'm saying that because I know a couple of guys that would give you slightly different advice, but most of the digital marketers I know and our personal experience tells us that when you turn it on and off, when you go back to turn it back on again, it takes some ramp up time. It's not as responsive. So turn it up, turn it down, that's fine. Turn it on, turn it off. It doesn't work quite the same. That's just what we're seeing, with the people we work with. Does that make sense? It's right. So you can turn it way down. You don't have to spend much on a day to keep that ad going, but I wouldn't turn it off. All right. AI overviews. I'm super excited about these. I don't know how much you guys pay attention to these. So let's talk about this for just a second. So Google is getting its butt handed to it a little bit with all these other AI search engines. So, I don't know, going back a year and a half ago, you started seeing these little AI overviews popping up even on Google. So Google uses AI, right, for sure. And part of the way they use AI is to generate these AI overviews. These AI overviews are like really the biggest topic in my world in SEO digital marketing, is like how to deal with AI overviews, what's the impact going to be on everybody's traffic and all that stuff. But you know how you win is you make sure that you get in the AI overviews. Because as you could tell here, when you say, hey, who are the top rated fence contractors near me? And next thing you know, like Google's saying it, dude, if you get in this list, you're in position to win. If you're not in this list, you're definitely not in position to win. So you definitely want to deal with this. I'm going to come out of the presentation for a second. I want to show you, I'm on the wrong screens. Let me show you this. Okay. All right. Can you still? Yes. All right. You're looking at this. So I wanted to show you here. Actually, Jonathan, who chimed in a minute ago, I'm using Jonathan's website. If you guys, what do you got? I've had GPT specially recommended. Yes, sir. So this is Jonathan's website here that we did. And if you take a look here, I did a little search while we were on this thing because I wanted to see who are the top fence contractors in Ocala. And as you can see, he on this. So I don't know if you guys noticed, ChatGPT is doing this kind of side-by-side response lately. So under one response, here he is as number one. And in the other response, here he is as number two. Not too bad. So this is a big deal, right? AI search. This is a different one. This is Claude. Some of you may not know Claude. Claude is another viable AI engine that a lot of people use. Who are the top rated contractors in Ocala? Again, get her done right here. Number one. That's great. But in full transparency, this is Perplexity, which doesn't get nearly as much AI traffic. But I was shocked to see that Jonathan isn't in the top couple. He's sitting down here at the bottom of this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6. So that pisses me off. So we got to get that thing fixed up, right? So don't assume that just because you're doing really well in some things, like you got to do well at everything. And we understand Perplexity works differently than Claude does. Claude works differently than ChatGPT does. But I want to show you real world example that like how big of a difference that makes. Where here, dude's sitting number one, ready to kill it, right? But over here, he's sitting down at the bottom of the list, not ready to kill it. So it depends on who's using what engine that if you're gonna win this fight or not. So it does make a big difference. All right, let me see if we can get. Let me speed through a couple of these other places: Amazon Home, Alexa, Google Home, Siri, all that stuff. They all have their own engines. I do think in the future, let's talk about this. We may end up wrapping this up, and then I'm going to leave space for questions. What do I honestly believe this world is going to look like as it relates to fence contractors getting leads in 12 months, 24 months for sure? And by the way, if y'all think 24 months is a long time, think about what you were doing 24 months ago. I bet you still have some of your fence pickets sitting in the same damn place in your yard that haven't been picked up in that amount of time. We all know 24 months could go by pretty friggin' fast, right? So what I really believe is going to happen is that you're going to see a significant portion of the population are barely using their cell phones anymore. And they're going to start using more wearable devices, the Meta goggles and all those sorts of things. It's already starting to happen. So there's going to be more wearable devices. Maybe the people wear them a lot. Maybe they only wear them part of the day when they're away from home or something. But I believe there's going to be more and more of that. What's absolutely going to happen is the vast majority of Americans will have these devices. Siri, Alexa, Google Home sitting around their house. I mean, I can't even turn a light on or off in my house if I, Alexa, turn on Sam's lamp. That's how our whole house is. So think about this. you search right now, who are the top fence contractors near me? And you get a list and you make a choice. But we're one step away from us not making the choice. We're one step away from letting AI make the choice. Hey, Alexa, get me set up with an appointment with a fence contractor. Done. Alexa goes in, or Google Voice goes in, or whatever, and they're going to coordinate with your calendar, and they're going to choose which fence contractor. They don't even give you a list of choices. They're just going to do it. How are they going to do it? They're going to match your budget, your preferences, where you are, the things that are important to you, because it knows you. It's been living with you for the last year or two. It knows you, and then it goes and it compares it to the fence contractors around, and it makes the best pairing and just will set it up. It will literally remove you from the choice equation. So that is where we are heading. So you guys as fence contractors have to make sure that you are in the recommendations. Right? If you're not the one that gets recommended, dude, your leads are going to fall off a cliff. I'm not talking tomorrow. I'm not even necessarily saying this coming year after that, it's going to be something that we start to track. I promise you that's where this is going. So, but you got to deal with it now. You got to get in front of it now. So there's a lot we didn't get to, but I hope the parts that we did get to are helpful to you, so you can look towards the future. You got to win today, but you also have to make sure you're in position to win tomorrow. That's really, I think, the message that I want you all to have here. So I'm going to stop here, give us extra couple minutes to talk about stuff. Jason, give me a question. No, not just Jason, anybody. You guys, somebody give me a question. I know Anna. Yay. I love Anna. Anna and DJ are great people. Thank you, Anna. All right. What else? What else? I'm good. That's such a good question, buddy. That comes up all the time. That relates, I know you didn't mention it, but that relates to some of the Facebook groups, defense groups out there. I'll see questions all the time, right? People will be like, how do you guys get leads? And then inevitably somebody's going to pop up and be like, you don't need to pay for marketing. You just have to do good work, and you're going to get all the referrals you need. And that may be true if you're a small company, you got one crew you got to keep busy, and you plan on always being a one crew company. It's absolutely true. If you always do those personal connections, because that's how you get referrals, right? You were on the job site. You're the one that installed the fence. You guys did a good job. You shook hands with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You made sure they were happy. Then yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Smith is probably going to give you referrals if you did a good job. But the second you try to grow beyond, into a second crew, that starts to get harder and harder. You want to get a little bigger, get to a third crew, not a chance. It's just not sufficient. It's a scalability issue. But I'm not saying that growth is the thing that everybody has to do. Well, there's some wonderful humans out there in this fence industry that are like, man, I'm very comfortable running my one crew, doing my one thing. That's fine. I'm not judging. I'm just saying if you want to grow beyond that, that's not going to work. Yeah, great. That's a great question. Trying to think of some other things because so many different things come up these days. It's unbelievable. Hey, could I plug a thing here? I'm super excited about this. All right. You guys are literally the first people outside of .com. Sean, I was going to be texting you or calling you or something about this.
6-pin nails. We're set.
Event. Damn it. I can't type when I'm talking here. Fence event.
Okay.
All right. So here it is. Sean, you were so as soon as I finish this, I got to get in the car and get to a Florida chapter AFA event on the other side. We're going to play a little Top Golf and stuff. So while I was in the car, I was going to call you about this. So I'm going to get a chance to show you at the same time as the rest of the people. So here's a pain point. I want feedback. Nobody outside of .com has seen this. This launches over the weekend. It's launching officially over the weekend. FenceEventList.com is a list. Here you are.
We're going to fill that bad boy up.
Huh?
We're going to fill that thing up.
Yeah. So here we are. This is the event we're doing right now. Benford Supply's got something, right? So these are just some this is where I'm going later today. I'll show you the full list here. So you guys could come here now. We're still about 24, 48 hours away from official launch. So we might have a couple spelling errors. We might have, this is not an official launch right here. So we're doing our final scrub, but you can search by different categories, training, virtual events, expos, who the organizers are. Here's Sean, you're going to be in here. We'll see Mr. Fence Academy. Let's see what Mr. Fence. So here's all right now. These are the events we have in here that are related to you. You could click in here, get the details, register, all that stuff. This is the first generation launch. We already have a whole list of things that we know we need to do better, want to do better. If you're looking for something like, hey, I wonder what kind of events we have in Florida, like I could go find that out, right? Whatever. So we all know this industry is so fractured. The AFA has their events, FWA has their events, Mr. Fence has his events, right? Like there's no one place that you could go find everything that's going on. So we are making it happen. I'm excited. What do you think? What are your thoughts about this?
I love it. We need something like this. So it's good. It only helps.
I'm very excited about it. So
you have to have a full-time person to keep up and go find the events, though, because that's the hard part.
Yeah, well, we have a person assigned. Her job is.
If you rely on us being me and FWA and AFA to tell you, well, that's no different than the broken system we already have.
We are aware. I've been around long enough to know that that's not going to work. And for everybody, here's the benefit of Mr. Fence Academy. So, guys, do you know why? We did this because I want to do something good for the industry. So we were going to do this anyway. But because of AI search, your name, your company name being mentioned outside of your website by other fence industry authority sites is that trust and authority signal that AI, Perplexity, ChatGPT wants to see. So our next generation, now that we've got this launched, I'm going to be going back to Aaron Greer and Nico and Sean, whatever, and saying like, hey, you attended this event. Would you recommend this for a new fence company? What was your experience? Whatever. And so we're going to be getting that type of content in. And this allows us, for our clients and our friends and anyone else that we're associated with, we now get to take your quote, put it into this site, and use your name and link back to your website. And now AI sees that, oh my gosh, whatever, Nico Fence is mentioned over here and mentioned over there, and it's outside of your site, and it's a fence industry thing. So this is a double benefit. This is all the fence events across the country are going to be here, and this is a way for us to help you all rank better. So that's it's double benefit. All right, that's what I got.
Thanks, bro.
Man, I appreciate you all very much. All right. Yeah, I got to get on the road. That other event, or I would be staying here. And you guys bumped me up so I could even do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sean, Nico, everybody else, have a wonderful day.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nico. I am happy to be here, and hopefully I can bring the same energy that Sam did. Yeah. So first of all, is my connection okay? It looks like I'm kind of okay. Good. So my name's Grant Murphy. I was born and raised here in Pensacola, Florida, and went to school for finance. I was raised by a household of public educators, and growing up in that kind of modest environment kind of makes you strive for a little bit more on the income side. So studying finance in college was a pretty easy choice for me while I was playing football and getting a degree and stuff. But coming out, I didn't know you needed all these licenses and certifications, to get in the business. I thought the degree would be enough. And then you get into the business and you realize you don't even need the degree. But nevertheless, in the process of doing that, I met my business partner, a guy you guys are probably familiar with, Andrew Martin, who started Atlas and brought me in the business. He's kind of groomed me, if you will, the last 6 years and has made me a partner. And now we split our time and resources and staff and kind of just try to dominate the Gulf Coast with good financial advice. So I will discuss more about myself, or more so about our company and what we do in the presentation. But that's kind of the intro. Awesome. Well, I'm excited. Sure. All right, awesome. I'm going to try and share my screen. This is my first time using Google Meet, so hopefully I am a digital native, as they call me. All right, here we go. Okay. Hopefully you can see that it says foundational planning. It looks like it's loading up. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So this is the foundational planning presentation. This is for individuals and families. As I said, my name is Grant Murphy. My mom named me Larry as my first name. And when you get in the business, your whole life growing up, you realize the people who have their initial before their name isn't just some arrogant or pretentious way of introducing themselves. It's actually a legal requirement. So I'm L. Grant Murphy professionally, but I am a financial advisor and a partner at Atlas Financial Strategies. And that's obviously a bunch of legal disclosures at the bottom there. I want to give some personal disclosures before I get started here. Starting with this presentation is not financial advice. And quite frankly, neither is Dave Ramsey or things you see on social media. And that's probably not shocking to anybody, but what may be shocking is that most people that you see on social media have never been a financial advisor. They've never been licensed. They don't even have the credentials needed to do financial advising. And that's mainly because as a financial advisor, we are prohibited from talking on social media about any sort of financial advice. You could probably imagine how much legal liability and culpability that comes with. But guys like Dave Ramsey, I love Dave. His process is great. And I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just here to say, everything he says, people kind of take in and they think it may apply to their situation. But you really, and part of the fiduciary standard of being an advisor is you have to understand the full comprehensive financial situation of somebody to tender legal advice. And that's very important. Okay, kind of leading on that, your friends and family know you, they don't know your finances, right? So a lot of times I deal with people whose mom or dad or colleague or pastor or coach told them that they should do this or do that. And the main thing is that, again, those people are not financial advisors. They're not in the market. They're not in the economy every day or 5 days a week while they work on it. These people just don't know your cash flow and liquidity needs, especially as business owners like you are. Your risk tolerance and risk capacity, right? How much can you stomach to lose? How much do you have to lose? And then, of course, your psychology with money. Things like some people prioritize debt, even though it doesn't make sense financially to pay the debt off when an alternative investment would be better for your long-term return. Your time horizon. Everybody's going to retire at a different time. Everybody's going to do things differently. Everybody views things like retirement differently. And then, of course, financial markets. I mean, it's such a broad, expansive space. I can't tell you how many times and just constantly, several times a month, people will come into my social media DMs and ask me what I think about this or that, stock. And it's like, brother, I mean, Wall Street has analysts specifically dedicated to certain companies because it takes that much to know about a stock. So the next piece here is the financial media is not worth consuming. I don't know if you can see on my screen, but I have CNBC on. I listen to these guys every day. I'm in the markets every day. That's important to me to keep up with, but they quite frankly make all of their money off of doom and gloom. And the people that come on to talk on those shows are either pushing their own product or stock, or they're basically trying to put the flames out from it falling and whatnot. So if you're not doing day trading or you're not doing certain daily activities, it's just best you don't even consume it because honestly, you should never let short-term emotions determine your long-term strategy with anything, but especially finances. The only proven get-rich-quick scheme is the Federal Reserve's money printer. That should be no surprise to anybody. And anything that sounds too good to be true always is, especially when it pertains to finance. All right, so kind of knowing how your advisor is paid matters more than you'll ever realize. And the reason why I say that is, and I don't drop firm names or anything like that, but there are certain companies that focus on just investing. Certain companies focus on just insurance. Certain companies do both through financial planning. A financial plan is a combination of an asset protection solution, which is usually insurance, and then a wealth accumulation solution, which is usually investments. And if you're working with one that just deals with one and kind of pushes your concerns on the one on the opposite side away, you should be very weary of that. And you should be very wary of how they're paid, because if they're a commission-based advisor, are they giving you the best advice? If they're an assets under management advisor that makes 1% off the assets they manage for you every year, are they incentivized to grow your money even further than what it is? Are they just worried about getting new clients? You should ask these questions and be very cognizant of how your advisor is being paid. Lastly, a good financial plan pays for itself. For some of the stuff we charge business owners, and even clients that are individuals and families, quite frankly, the fee that they pay us for, if they want the financial planning aspect, the fee that they pay us pays for itself through investment returns, little tweaks to your 401k, savings on budgeting. All these things from a good financial plan and a good financial planning firm pay for themselves. And that's important to realize. Okay. Personal introduction. I kind of touch base on most of my background. I'm 4 different things professionally. I'm a partner and advisor at Atlas. I'm a life insurance agent and a stockbroker and a fiduciary investment advisor, all through New York Life or New York Life affiliates. And then, of course, I'm growing up in a household of public educators. You value education a lot. So I'm a lifetime student at the American College of Financial Services and have more 3- and 4-letter things behind my name than you otherwise need to know. So that is my specialty. Also, another disclosure I should give. I'm a 31-year-old single bachelor, no kids, living in downtown. I'm living the best, single bachelor life you can get. So my advice comes from a place of high risk and high reward and being able to take those chances. I don't give that advice to my clients because I take their situation and go with it. But a lot of times when I'm speaking generally, I will have a little bit of a slant to being more aggressive than most people could probably stomach, especially if they have a family or a spouse or something else that they're responsible for. All right, so Atlas Financial Strategies, a brief history. As I stated before, a guy you guys are probably familiar with is Andrew Martin. He started Atlas back in 2014. I didn't join until 2020, but over that time, Andrew and I have basically accumulated 22 awards over that 10 years. Well, 10 for Andrew and of course 6 for me. For the best financial planning firm in Pensacola or the Gulf Coast and things like that. And we're proud of those. Don't get me wrong. I think Consumer Choice Awards are quite frankly the most important awards you can get because those are the actual consumers. Those are the actual people that you're serving in your community. It's the epitome of capitalism too, right? The consumers determine the fate of a business by how good the quality and value of their products are that they're putting out there. All right, we're extremely proud to be last 4 years running in the Forbes top 50 planning firms in Florida. That's something that obviously, there's 32,000 financial planning firms in Florida. It's probably other than New York or perhaps California, the biggest, state for that, for financial planning firms. So we're very proud to be, donning the Forbes logo with that. We are a fee-based, multi-decade financial planning firm. And what that means is you pay us for our time and we produce a plan that has zero bias to it. It has no commission based, solutions. We are literally tendering you the advice. You can go get the insurance, go get the investments done elsewhere. You can get it through us. But most importantly, we are focused on building a plan with your goals, your expectations, potential obstacles you could face in the future, and combining all of that to produce a plan from today until age 90 that basically maps out everything. It includes stress tests. It includes contingencies for things that we're planning to not go right, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, we do financial advice for one-time needs. Something like you had a baby, so you need to start an investment account or get more life insurance. You leave a job, you need to roll over a 401k, things like that. You don't have to pay a fee to work with us unless you want us to sit down with our CPAs and tax attorneys and build out a plan for you. All right, so getting into the kind of content here, There's some fundamental concepts in finance that just apply to everybody, whether you're a teacher, a fence builder, a lawyer, a doctor, a whatever. All of these kind of remain true for everybody, and you've heard them before, I'm sure, but it's never bad to go over them again. The reason why we invest our money, quite frankly, is to outpace inflation and kind of mitigate taxation, right? So our purchasing power is the orange ball there, and we're rolling it up a hill that has two forces working against us, as I stated, inflation and taxation. You know, a lot of people know that they get taxed a lot, but they don't really equate it to being every dollar that they make is going to be taxed at 20 to 30%. So 20 to 30 cents of every dollar you make your entire life will be taxed in most cases. And that is more expensive than even the most expensive child you could have or other, you know, investment you could have. I mean, this is an extremely important concept to understand. Also, everybody's felt inflation over the last 3 years, especially, but, you know, over the last 100 years, it's averaged 3.1%. So the idea here is we need to make sure our money is earning more than 3.1% to stay on pace with a purchasing power that it is today in the future. And an example that kind of better illustrates that is, you know, in 2000, I was in kindergarten. And basically, if I were to take a jar of $1,000, somebody gave a, you know, 6-year-old a jar of $1,000. If I would have buried that underneath the swing set at my playground, and I went back there today, I would pull the jar out and still have $1,000 in it, but that $1,000 would not purchase nearly the same basket of goods that it would have in 2000 in today's money. And that is the importance of investing our money. And again, this is stuff that you know, but stuff that's never bad to refresh your memory on. Sorry, a little parched today. All right, so the next one is the time value of money. In every you know, business textbook I ever read, one of the first things they told you, I mean, every single one of them, is the same saying that $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow, because I can take that dollar, I can invest it, and I can get an interest rate return on it. And compounding interest, which is the more colloquial term for the time value of money, is basically a concept where interest earns interest on interest that's already earned. And really what that means is that the sooner you invest, the better. And I use this example of Chris, Susan, and Bill. And I use them starting at different ages and kind of going at different durations. But taking Chris and Susan, right, they start at 25, and Chris is going to work until 65. Most men, once we get kind of established into a career, we don't really change careers very much. We kind of, our identity when we hang it up at the end of the day is based on our careers in most situations for men. Women, of course, have the mother role, and that's a, you know, plenty of studies, plenty of just examples of people, you know, women specifically are more proud to be a good mother than they are to do, you know, be good at anything that they do in their career. Whereas men, again, our identity is kind of tied to what we do. So Chris in this scenario is going to go from age 25 to age 65. He's going to put $5,000 a year into his 401k or investment account. And in total, he's going to invest $200,000. At the end of it, 40 years later, going into retirement, Chris will have $1.1 million. Now, Susan is going to do the same thing at 25, but at 35, Susan's going to get out of the workforce, whether that's to raise children or because she hit the lottery or whatever. Susan's no longer investing. But Susan, over that 10 years, put $50,000 in there. Then we have Bill. Bill at 35 is starting to invest. Perhaps Bill had a child too early, or it's never too early. Maybe it is. I don't know. I wouldn't know. But I just say that to say Bill started off not being able to invest until 35. And now Bill's going to invest for 3 times longer, 3 times more money than Susan, and still end up with less because his interest was not compounding at the rate that Susan's was. The earlier, the better. And of course, you know, everybody that I meet with usually has that regret of not starting sooner. I started investing in my Roth IRA at 19 in college when I was learning this stuff. And even then, I wish I could go back to age 12. I wish I could go back earlier. But the bottom line is that, you know, the old Chinese proverb remains true where people say, you know, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is today, right? So what you can't take back from the past, we can certainly get started in the present. All right, so the next part, this is a key factor of the financial planning aspect. This is the cash flow management, and this applies to a lot of things, but more specifically to budgeting and debt to cash analysis. The order of operations for a financial plan, or really just for financial stability, starts with starting an emergency fund. If you have an employer match, right, we want you to get the match. We never want you to put more than what you're getting matched on, at least at first, simply because of the fact that money is usually in traditional accounts that will be taxed later in the future. We'll talk more about the impact of that later, but Beyond that, having access to tax-free accounts or tax later accounts, that stuff is important. So kind of using that good mix of employer matches and IRAs and things of that nature are super important. High interest debt. Oftentimes when it comes down to it, it's better to pay off high interest debt than it is to invest, simply because credit cards and things of that nature are charging you 20 to 25%, whereas the market's going to average, with inflation included, about 7% per year. So if we can't get, if our debts are higher than 7%, we basically want to knock those out as soon as we can. And there's obviously different situations for everybody on how important investing is versus paying off that debt, so on and so forth. But most importantly, the credit cards are extremely important to stay on top of as much as you can. A health savings account. I won't talk too much about most of the accounts that are listed here, but this is one that I always have to talk about. It is the most powerful tool for retirement when it comes to saving. The HSA, the money that goes into it, the money is tax deferred, so it doesn't get taxed until later. But if you pull it out for a qualified medical reason, then you don't pay taxes on it at all. It also grows tax free, so it's the only account that has a triple tax benefit to it. And the most important thing is, going into retirement or when you stop working, the most expensive thing you're going to have is healthcare. So this is, of course, an extremely powerful tool to utilize if you're not already doing so, or you're already getting your employer match, or you're getting your 401k maxed out, or your IRA. The next best thing is an HSA. Right. So then going on down, right, taxable investments and low interest debt on your mortgage, those things come later. But of course, this is the order of operations to reach full financial stability and try to maximize your goals. All right, so our budgeting method, we start with the 50-30-20 rule. And what that means in essence is we want 50% of our expenses to be our monthly needs, 50% or less. Our monthly wants, we want to be 30% or less. And then our savings and debt, we want to be 20% or more. And of course, this can't be perfect for everybody, but getting it to as close as that as possible is how we optimize our cash flow. And by the way, at the end of the day, your financial planner, their job is to make every dollar coming in and out of your life the most efficient it can be. And that's the whole premise of this 50-30-20 rule. In this scenario, I was dealing with two nurses that were making good money. There you go. I believe so. There's different rules for each of them. The most important thing to consider is where it's at and where you can move it. Most of them are portable. And so if you had one from a former employer, or maybe you can answer this while I'm asking it, but if it's one that's already existing or one that you've started, then absolutely you should be able to continue contributing to it. And if you can't, I would look for outside firms that can move it over to and then start contributing to it there.
This one in reference was from a previous employer.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't again like the firm drop per se, but I know that many clients have moved theirs from their plan over to Bank of America. That's a good place to start, and so on and so forth. A really important thing about HSAs to understand is, much like a 401k or an IRA, you can set up the account, you can put money into it, but if it's not invested, it's not earning anything. And it's better to be in cash in most situations, or earning more elsewhere than it would be in an account just sitting there in money markets. So that's a super important thing. All right, so I will continue on. Basically, this couple that I'm using as an example, they were two nurses making good money, a lot of student debt, a little time to spend with each other. But in a situation where now, and this is where most of our clients come from, they're out of the survival mode of their financial life, right? They don't have to check their bank account before they a tank of gas. They have an abundance of money, and oftentimes it doesn't make sense for them to do their own financial planning because they either don't have the time, the care, or the mental capacity to take it on. So in this situation, we have a client who has a surplus after all of their expenses on their budget of $5,179, right? So this is a 42% surplus. It is my job to take that surplus, every bit of it, all 42.8%, and put it to use, the most efficient use possible. And so what we did here, of course, was we started putting it into things like credit card payoffs. They had $25,000 in credit cards. They wanted to pay that off in a very aggressive schedule of 6 months. We wanted to build an emergency savings that they did not have. Of course, they wanted to start investing outside of their 403b. They also had a 403b loan. So we started attacking all these things. And as you can see, the surplus got down to zero because we put every dollar to use. On the recommendation cost down there in the right-hand corner, my goal is not to make your cost or your monthly bills be hard cost. I don't want you to have to pay for something or have to, commit to something in your monthly cash flow, especially as a business owner, and your monthly cash flow that can't be flexible. So most of our advice is going to go towards things that, of course, we can or cannot do, and it wouldn't, break the bank or break the financial plan if we couldn't do it that month. At the end of the 6 months that we had set this up, right, we had paid off the credit cards, 403B loan was still getting paid off, started maxing a Roth IRA, 403B was getting contributed to. They loved the permanent life insurance aspect, so we started that. Their emergency savings was moving up to more, and basically what we did was we just made everything more efficient. And again, that's our job. But you tell us what your goals are, and we take in all the information and the strategies that could achieve those. We look at the potential obstacles, and we put a plan together that's going to make it happen. All right, this is an extremely important and very basic concept in finance that I just think everybody should understand. I oftentimes will talk to people at my old university football programs, bring me in to talk about this stuff, and high schools. This is a concept that I need everybody to learn as soon as they can possibly learn it. Largely, the world operates off interest rates. I mean, entirely top down, the entire world operates off interest rates. But the basic way to learn whether or not you should save your money, invest your money, or pay off debt is a basic arithmetic example of taking the interest rates and subtracting them from each other. If you get a higher rate on the investment side than you have on the debt payoff side, 100% of the time, you should absolutely put that money towards the investment, unless your psychology makes you want to pay off debt, which is fine. But 100% of the time, the math shows that investing that money as opposed to paying it off is the way to go. And I do that by showing you an example. And bear with me. My business partner had me come on to do this presentation, and I got notice of this. He was out of the office today. I got notice of this earlier this week, and so I put together this presentation. But I used this one slide or this one example from an older PowerPoint, and that 3% is no longer the case, as I'm sure you all are aware. Interest rates are much higher, but the premise stays the same. So let's take a mortgage loan of it's a 30-year term, $350,000 loan amount, and the interest rate is 3%. Over 30 years, you're going to pay about $1,500 a month, and ultimately the bank will collect $181,000 in interest. Now, most people that I explained that to, first off, didn't know the bank was making that much money. That's something they obviously don't want to have to pay. So I showed them the alternative to that, of course, is paying the debt off early by adding an additional monthly payment. No shock to anybody there. And doing so, of course, is going to increase your monthly payment, but it will decrease the term on the loan and save you about $65,000 in interest. And again, a lot of people, as soon as they see that, they say, that's what we want to do. We want to pay the mortgage off. And again, there's the financial aspect. There's also the psychological aspect of having the shelter that your family lives in, taken care of even after you pass, or in any sort of disability situation. But I have to show them the opportunity cost, right? There's an opportunity cost to everything. Right now, you guys could be drinking pina coladas on the beach or playing golf, but instead you're here to learn about finance and, of course, Sam's great, SEO stuff. This is obviously the cost of the opportunities that you otherwise would have had. So what could we do with this $556 a month otherwise, right? If we just paid the mortgage off on time, on schedule, and paid the $181,000 in interest to the bank, and we put this $556 into an account that was earning the same interest rate we're being charged on our debt at 3%, then 30 years later, we will have a net return higher than we would have saved on our interest on the debt, which is $75,000. Now, another key thing about this is the capital gains there, that $256,000, that is cash you have access to. When you pay off a loan early, you're giving money to the bank and never getting it back without an interest rate coming back to you in the form of a loan or a line of credit. The idea of paying off your mortgage is great, but the idea of having access to cash that you may need, especially as a business owner, is way more important, especially if the interest rates are the same. But what if interest rates are different, right? The market over the last 100 years has averaged 10.6% per year before you include inflation. When you include the 3.1% inflation, the market has averaged 7.5%. In this scenario, I'm going to change it to 7.6%, excuse me. And now you see the difference there. The net return is now over $500,000. So again, if the interest rate on our debt is less than the interest rate that we could get in an investment otherwise, then we absolutely positively should be putting every discretionary dollar above our expenses and included in our savings and investing towards that investment. Okay, so the next thing is macroeconomic trends, things that are going to affect us in the future that we should all be aware of. Again, none of these will probably come off as shocking, but if you haven't heard them recently, you definitely need to hear them again. So there is a national debt crisis. I will not put my tinfoil hat on and talk about conspiracies related to this until later this afternoon at happy hour. But for now, I'm just going to give you the basic, details, right? So in the start of the 20th century, we had $2.1 billion in national debt. This grew to 5.5 trillion, which is about a 200,000% increase over a century. I'm an American patriot. I love my country, and I realized that we did a lot of good and a lot of other things during that time frame. So that cost might have been worth it in some ways. And quite frankly, the backing of it, the U.S. dollar is the U.S. military and the things that we have that we buy with the money. So getting the money printer after World War II and being the global reserve currency is the only reason why America is as dominant as they are, period. But after 2000, right, we basically see that 5.5 trillion grow by 5x to 27.3 trillion. That is a massive increase. And again, not speaking politics, just things happen and the government doesn't exactly have competence when it comes to budgeting. But there's a lot to that. It's more complex than just making it out that way. But in 2020, when I had made this slide, it basically told me, the future had said that we were going to double our current debt to 54.6 trillion by 2050, which would be about the time I'm retiring. Now, the problem with that is that that number has now grown to $140 trillion because our debt has grown from $27.3 trillion to $38 trillion as it is today, or somewhere about. I think in the last 3 months, I read this in the Wall Street Journal the other day or a couple weeks ago. I think in the last 3 or 6 months, we've had our national debt increase by $1 trillion. So this is just a snowball that's growing into be a huge issue that we're just, the government's going to keep kicking the can down the road on these things until they absolutely have to act. And quite frankly, I think the best thing you can do is find ways to mitigate your taxes, your tax strategy, which will come up here in a second. And kind of speaking on that, the tax levels, right? So we all know that we're being taxed 10 ways to Sunday, right? I mean, everybody feels it. Everybody's like, I'm paying way too much money out of my pocket to the government and not really seeing the rewards. I can't speak on the rewards. What I can speak on is that you are correct that we're being taxed in more different ways, but we're being taxed at a lower rate, a substantially lower rate. Basically, from the start or thereabouts of World War II until Reagan got into office, the top tax bracket was 70%. And, a lot of people, obviously the top tax bracket's 10% or less, but even the bottom bracket was at bare minimum 20% for most of those years. Now, you get into today's tax rate environment, we're as low as we've ever been, at least since the 80s. And that's a great thing for people to realize in the sense that what do you think tax rates are going to do in the future? Do you think they're going to grow? Do you think they're going to stay the same? Do you think they're going to decline? The obvious answer that most people give is they think they're going to increase. And they kind of have to when you consider that our debt is growing at the rate that it's growing. So that leads me to the tax mitigation strategies example that I have for you. There are ways to invest your money. There's places you can put your money that give you different sort of tax rolls. Your tax now money, your money that you have access to, money that you're earning within a 365-day period. This is called the tax now bucket. This is your checking and savings, CDs, mutual funds, bonds, stocks, businesses, annuities, and real estate. Then you have your tax later bucket. Your tax later bucket is usually your workplace retirement plans. These are plans that the money you put into them, of course, you get a tax deduction on now, but you will pay a tax rate in the future on whatever you take out in retirement. And the important thing to understand about that is that if we know the debt is increasing and we know our tax rates are going to have to increase, we need to be cognizant of how much money we're putting into these accounts, these taxable accounts in the future, because that tax rate, you're basically writing a blank check to the government and getting a short-term deduction for your contribution. And then, of course, we have a tax-free bucket. The tax-free bucket is usually only two things. I mean, there's a couple of things listed there, but municipal bonds are really only for the ultra-rich. But your Roth IRAs, Roth 401ks, and Roth 403bs, and then cash value life insurance. Again, it's not for everybody, but for the right people, it makes a good deal of difference for what they can do in terms of growing their money tax-free. And to illustrate these in a better way, I've got a couple examples here. All right, so the tax later bucket. this is in essence how this works. It's a very simplified, very non-complex version of this. But if you basically took $1, or say you started the year with $1 in savings or your retirement account, and at the end of the year you put in another $1, now you have $2. Next year you start with 2, you put 2 more in, you have 4. You can probably see where this is going from 4 to 8, and then of course 8 to 16. Now, at the end of doing this, going into retirement, so to speak, in this hypothetical, you'd have a little over $1 million, $1.048 million, just by the doubling of math. That's great, but oftentimes people forget that 1.048 million is taxable. I have had on a couple occasions older couples that are going into retirement realize, oh my God, we forgot that this money's not been taxed yet. And so when you have 2 million, 3 million, or whatever the example may be, and now you're looking at paying a 24%, 32% tax on that money, now you have a couple options, right? You either substantially lower your lifestyle to keep the money and to sustain you long enough. You work a couple years longer, or as we facetiously say, you die sooner because you're going to run out of money sooner with a 20 to 30% cut to your retirement plan. So again, having a good mix of tax later money, especially if there's an employer match available, that's free money in a lot of ways because you're getting 100% return on what you put in. But then the tax now bucket, right? This is access to money that we usually need or income that we earned in the year. This is kind of how this works, right? So at the beginning of the year, we have $1 in savings, we gain $1, but good old Uncle Sam, your favorite uncle, steps in and says, hey, wait a minute. These roads you drive on, the public works, the utilities, these things cost money. And we're going to tax you 24% on that. So you give them 24 cents. And then instead of having $2, you now have $1.76. And of course, this is going to snowball into being a much bigger ordeal than just a 24-cent loss on that. And at the end of it, you're going to end up with $81,000 as opposed to 1.048 million. And again, this is a very hyper, unrealistic example of how this works. But the point remains, right? If we're not able to get the most out of our money by investing it in the right way, and we're paying taxes on it, and we're not really getting that compound interest on the full amount of money that we could be, then we're missing out on a lot of gains. We're leaving a lot of money on the table. All right, the tax never bucket. These are your Roth IRAs, your Roth 401ks, cash value life insurance. This operates like the first example, 1 to 2, 2 to 4. And then when you get to the end of it, you have 1.048 million, but it's 100% non-taxable, right? And so again, you can't put all your money towards tax never buckets. I've seen people try. I've seen colleagues of mine try. And quite frankly, it just doesn't work. You need access to cash. Again, there's some benefits to having taxable accounts in the future. But most importantly, the tax never buckets are probably the most underutilized, despite how valuable they are. And this is a good conversation to have. Okay, a couple more things here, of course. We've got risk management. This is kind of a big topic when it comes to investing specifically. I think my specialty, being a younger guy who's kind of in the markets, there's all different kind of personalities when it comes to financial planning and financial advisors. But my personality, quite frankly, is growing your wealth. And of course, the downside protection of insurance and stuff. But I never got into this to be an insurance guy. That's not my main focus. As a financial planner, I have the benefit of working with both. But I also have the benefit of having consultants to deal with things like Social Security or estate planning or things that I don't deal with on a daily basis. I deal with investing on a daily basis. All right, starting off here, we have the risk return trade-off. We all learned this lesson at a pretty young age, I'm sure, but low risk, low reward. And then of course, high risk, high reward. And it's kind of funny how God introduces people to their spouses. It's almost as if he takes the most penny pinching, frugal person with the most risk averse person and meets them to the most high risk, hyper wild hair all over their body person, and they somehow make it work. But usually for couples, they're right in the middle of this line here. And it's really important, really, really important that we find out what that level is, because people get real nervous. I mean, the loss aversion, right? Game theory states that losses hurt more than wins in a very simplified or a simplistic form of that theory. But the fact of the matter is, you would rather not lose anything, of course, than you would or to gain anything. Nick Saban once famously said, roll tide, by the way. Nick Saban once famously said, he hates losing more than he loves winning, and that's the truth for money for most people. Okay. We get all the time people talking about crypto or talking about investing and making 100% return, whatever, on day trading and stuff. I think people need to understand, and this is the unfortunate reality of our world today, the smartest minds in the world, generally speaking, are no longer working in healthcare, are no longer working in things that really help humanity in direct ways. They're working on Wall Street. Okay, your physician, I'm sorry, your physicists, your mathematicians, all these people are at these big hedge funds, and quite frankly, they're trying to outsmart the market. But as you can see, most of these funds, at least every year, have underperformed the S&P 500 substantially in some years. And that's basically because you can't predict the market. Anybody telling you they know what's going to happen is bullshitting you. And excuse my language, but those type of people kind of piss me off, because it's like, this is a very sensitive thing that I do. I mean, it's a very intimate relationship that I have with somebody to not only tell me about their finances, but to trust me with their financial well-being and the future of their family. Your financial well-being correlates, if not, it doesn't lead your physical well-being or health. So, these things are extremely important. And so these guys that are out here just kind of filling people with smoke and stuff really drives me up the wall, man. Because the KISS example of keep it simple, stupid, right? That's kind of usually the case when it comes to investing for the casual investor, for the average investor. We'll talk more about that here in a minute. Market declines are inevitable. My phone rings off the hook when it's red, when the market's down. It does not ring when it's green to thank me for all that we're doing. So, you just take the highs with the lows, of course, but you have to understand there's going to be ups and downs to the market. Most people rationalize that in this scenario where they're at a seminar, or they're listening to somebody talk about it. When you're in the moment, oh my goodness, it is life or death. And it is a very scary thing for some folks, especially those in retirement. But the reality of it is the market's always going to come back. And I say always, simply because of the fact that unless an asteroid is coming to kill us all, people every day are going to put a portion of their money, be it retirement or investing or what have you. Around the world, people are investing in the U.S. economy and U.S. stock market. And that is it, and then you mix in inflation and asset prices increasing based off that. It's destined to come back. We'll get more into this in just a second. Getting comfortable with volatility is something that I like to talk about because of the fact that people who aren't me or other advisors or professionals, analysts on Wall Street, you don't have to be in the market every day. You quite frankly shouldn't be in the market every day. I try to tell my clients that to set their statements to come out once a year instead of quarterly, because if you take this example of 1987, right, the stock market started off the year with a 40% gain through August. The first 8 months, it's up 40%. Right, so from August until October 19th, which is famously called Black Monday, that basically we saw a 70% decline in the market. Okay, and this was this is one of the most famous examples of a crash in stock market history. I mean, financial advisors were committing suicide over this. It was that bad. I mean, 70% drop, people just losing their mind. When the year ended, right? If you were in a coma on January 1st and didn't wake up until December 31st, you would have woke up and been like, "Oh, the market performed at 5.8%. What a moderate return. What a modest year we had." When in reality, you missed all the chaos, all the fire, the whole thing. The best thing you can do if you're not trying to be, invest your own money. If you're outsourcing this to somebody, do not look at it unless you're dealing with a guy who's got full discretion over investing your money. In that case, you should definitely have that guy checked out every month. But I say that to say most investors or most financial advisors like myself, I don't have discretion to invest your money unless I confirm it with you. Bottom line. So this is super important not to get yourself eaten up over everything. If you think about just this year alone, when Trump came out with the tariffs on Liberation Day, April 2nd, I mean, the market lost 20% in April and bounced back immediately before the end of the summer. And now we're up almost 20% on the year. So, these things are just, volatility is going to be, it's inherent in markets. It trims the fat. It gets the people who are feeding off the glut and the extra weight. It gets them off the bandwagon pretty quickly. Okay. All right. The asset risk pyramid. It's important to understand the levels of risk associated with your opportunities to invest. At the top, we have things like futures contracts, options trading, collectibles, and cryptocurrency. I'd even put in there today sports gambling. That can be very profitable for some guys. I'm obviously not. I'm a sports guy and don't partake in most of that. But that being said, most of America's money, their growth, and their income and their wealth is made in that middle section with mutual funds, real estate, large cap stocks, which is just large company stocks, small company stocks, corporate bonds. And at the bottom is where grandma keeps her money usually, and things like treasury bonds, treasury bills, treasury notes, money market funds. Anything you need to be liquid, available to you, needs to be in that bottom level. Anything that you want to grow for the future, whether that's midterm or long term, being 5 years or more, that needs to be in the growth and income. And anything you're trying to throw to the wind because you're trying to 10x your money, that's where the speculative comes into play. But you got to understand the speculation side of things is more like gambling than investing. Because with investing, you have a return through dividends, you have cash flow that comes with it. Speculation is just straight up 50-50. Who knows what's going to happen there? As I said, mutual funds are a big part of the, the way the world grows its wealth, the way we accumulate wealth. And so I use the S&P 500 as a great example of mutual funds because it is the premium mutual fund you can think of. And really what a mutual fund is if I took an egg and I wrote Tesla on it and I dropped it from here to the ground, from 5 feet in the air, 100% of the time the egg is going to crack. Okay. But if I took a carton of eggs and I wrote Tesla, GM, Ford, Toyota, and put them all in there and I dropped it, the impact distribution would be more even and less towards one specific egg. That same rule kind of applies to mutual funds where, yes, there are stocks going up every day and down every day. But the reality of it is that the more you add, the more you have diversification, the better your long-term upward linear mobility looks when you zoom out of the chart. So since I've been alive, which is 1994, the stock market has performed, it's been up 24 out of 30 years or 32 years. So 26 out of 32 years now. And, when most people, especially business owners, when they think of the stock market, they're very nervous. They think they're going to lose money. And in some cases you can. But the reality of it is the longer you invest, the better your returns are because longevity matters. The historical returns of the market, 3 out of every 4 years, the stock market is up, right? So it's positive 75% of the time, it's negative 25% of the time. Now, when it's positive, a third of the time it's positive, it's up 20% or more. Okay, that is a massive gain there, and even further than that, it's up 50% or more when you consider the 10% or more option. So on the downside, whenever we have declines, right, they are hardly ever more than 20%. Right, only 6 out of 100 times has it been more than 20%. This is extremely important to kind of consider when it comes to your long-term financial plan. There is money that you need to have available for a year. There's money that you need to have available in 5 years to buy a beach house or a boat or whatever you have there. And then there's long-term money. And the long-term money needs to largely sit in mutual funds or things that, over time are going to produce capital growth, but most importantly, dividends to add to the value of those mutual fund purchases. Okay, longevity leads to growth. I've kind of already alluded to this, but here's a great example of the odds, your odds on getting a positive return. If you're in it for 1 month, you get 61% odds of it being a positive return. 20 years out though, right? Go down to 20 years. And this is a crazy fact about the stock market, but you could, over a 20-year rolling period, if I took any 20 years of the market, whether that was 1946 to 1966, whether it was 71 to 91, there's no 20-year rolling period where your money that you put in the market did not come out the other side positive or with more money to it. So it's nearly 100% chance. Of course, there's got to be some sort of non-100% scenario there. But that being said, the longer your money's in the market, the better your return is going to be, and the better off you will be in the end. All right, the riskiest investment decision is quite simply never taking risks, right? I mean, that Jim Rohn said that a long time ago. It's a very beautiful example he gives. I won't go into it, but the bottom line is you have to take risk. I mean, it's a risk not to take risks. That's the bottom line. So retirement planning. When it comes to retirement planning, I won't go too far into this topic here for this seminar. But basically, you want to keep your money growing in retirement. Some folks come to see me and they think that they're going to take their couple million or their million or their $500,000 out of their 401k and put it in savings or something like that. And quite frankly, as facetious as it may be, the bank is the safest place to lose money. Historically speaking, the interest rate return that they give you on your savings accounts is of course less than inflation. So you're actively losing purchasing power, keeping your money in savings. That's why whenever we do our financial planning, we determine what people's emergency fund need is first. We try to get that built, and then every dollar above that could be earning more in another investment in another area of the financial universe. So in retirement, we of course want our money to keep growing. And by the way, investing is not black and white, right? We don't have a bucket of money that's getting 100% or 0%, right? There's certain levels of risk, certain levels of allocation, certain levels of diversification that we need to have for each segment of our money. Okay, this is a super long concept that I'm going to squeeze down into a very, very small example, but this is called sequence of returns risk, and it is the #1 retirement killer ever. Sequence of returns risk is basically one of those external things you can't control. What you're looking at here is a portfolio for over 20 years. This person started off with $100,000, and they started withdrawing $4,000 in retirement. The better way to look at this is $1 million and they're withdrawing 40,000. That's more apt to most people's retirement, I guess. But the premise stays the same. The first 3 years, we have massive losses. Okay. And this, quite frankly, was the fallout of the dot-com bubble. Those massive losses earlier in retirement, you're no longer putting money in this account. In your working years, what you're putting in is offsetting what potential losses you're experiencing. It doesn't matter until you start taking money out. But when you take the 4,000 out and you have a 9% loss, now you've lost another, $10,000, right? And you're not getting that money back, right? You're not making that money back. So this is something you can't control. This is something that could really derail your retirement and put you back to work. I mean, you look at this at the end of this thing, the account balance is $35,000. The investment return on average is 8.19%. And when I use portfolio number 2 to show you the opposite end of this, what I'm really doing is I'm taking that investment return column and I'm simply flipping it. I'm flipping the sequence of returns. So instead of starting off with 3 negative years, those 3 negative years are now at the end of your retirement. And you can see the difference in returns, right? I mean, same withdrawal rate, same investment return. The sequence of returns is just different. And again, that's nothing, we can't control what that does. We can't control what the market returns. What we can control, and where this saves us, is by having money outside of the market in retirement, a buffer asset, if you will, whether that be in real estate or simply in cash, gold, something that's not going to be affected by the market, so that in years of great loss, we can offset those losses by pulling from other sources. All right, minimizing your taxes, your income taxes when it comes to your retirement assets. Rolling over your 401k or your SEP IRA or whatever you have to an IRA is really a good option because it's a tax-free transfer in most situations. A smaller payout equals less income tax. Again, the money that you withdraw in retirement has not been taxed yet, and it's taxed at the income rate that you have for that year. So if between your Social Security and a pension or whatever you have, let's say that's $40,000, and you need to supplement $20,000 from your retirement assets, that $20,000 will be added to the 40 to make 60, and that will be where your tax bracket falls, right? So it's important to understand how much you need to withdraw. It's more important to understand how you're going to, sustain the money in those accounts while also not paying too much in taxes. This also speaks to that idea of having some money in tax-free accounts, some money in tax later accounts, and some money in tax now accounts. Okay, rollovers, kind of an important thing. Again, people oftentimes retire and they have no idea what they're going to do with all that money. And of course, they come see a guy like myself and I say, hey, look, we're going to take it from a 401k to an IRA. They're virtually the same thing with a little different rules. But basically, like I said, the lump sum distributions from a 401k are taxed at a marginal rate. When you move it over to an IRA, it enables you to withdraw smaller amounts and as a result pay lower taxes. In a lot of cases with 401k plans or retirement plans that big firms have as a sponsor, they only let you make one annual withdrawal on that money. So an IRA obviously allows you to do monthly or biweekly or whatever you're used to. But imagine having to guess how much money you're going to need during the year and not getting it right. Goodness gracious. Anyways, rolling over and kind of rolling over your assets to a financial advisor's firm or even just a Fidelity account that you manage yourself. That's the easiest, best way to kind of get paid the least in taxes while having the most control and kind of getting the same return or outcome that you want long term. All right, to kind of wrapping this all up here. This is kind of the whole premise of what I do and kind of what we do it for. I know this looks like a pyramid scheme. It's not my intention. It's just the only good shape that we can use here. But long story short, I want to get you from today to retirement while growing your assets as quickly and safely as possible to your standards, right? And then I want to get you from retirement to your inevitable death, right? Everybody's going to die. That's the only certainty in life, other than other things. But and I never want you to run out of income in your retirement, right? I personally love playing golf. Probably why I'm still single with no kids. And that being said, I never want to not have that option to do that. And in retirement, people very quickly realize, wow, I either didn't save enough or I didn't do this enough, and I can't go see the grandkids for Christmas or what have you, right? And you just never want to deal with that. At the top of this chart here, we have the distribution phase, right? That's what we're building up to. Is your nest egg that we're going to draw from and live off of in retirement. The accumulation phase, right? This is all the fun stuff that clients come see me about, the stuff that's going to grow your money, the stuff that's going to grow your assets. And that's important. Again, going back to an example from an Alabama football coach, Bear Bryant once famously said that, offense puts fans in seats and defense wins championships. The same is true for, financial planning, right? The offensive strategy to a financial plan is what's going to get you here. It's what's going to grow your money. But the defensive strategy is what's literally going to get us to retirement. And what I mean by that is, in the bottom section here, having all the boring things that nobody really wants to talk about are extremely important, like property and casualty, health insurance, life insurance, disability insurance, emergency fund, and estate plan. This is more important than your investment strategy, because if you don't have these or an adequate amount of these in your plan, then where are you pulling money to pay for a broken arm? Where are you pulling money to pay for your bills when you're disabled? You're pulling it from your investments. So it means nothing to invest if you're having to dip into that money and thereby just absolutely derailing your projections or your long-term outcome. So it's extremely important that you get these things in place. You find, obviously the best solutions possible, but most importantly, that you have those in place before you start working too hard on the investment side of things. All right, so of course I'm very gracious for Nico having me on here. You guys attending this. Hopefully I didn't bore you to sleep. But obviously we have the end of the year coming, right? And so we want to extend to every single person here, every single person in this academy, a free 30-minute call via Zoom or phone, whatever you're more comfortable with. I could imagine you guys travel from job to job a lot, and I'm happy to do a phone call with you just to discuss whatever you have. I don't mind question and answer type of thing, Q&As, but it's very hard to answer them because, again, I have that nervous feeling that somebody's going to take that and use it for their own situation when it did not apply to them. So I'd much rather you kind of, take the time and sit down, bring your spouse, whatever, and we can jump on a call and we can discuss whatever you have. In addition to that, right, we're offering 33% off of our foundational plans until the end of the year. We're increasing our fees in 2026. And, what this plan kind of comes with is a budget optimization, as I showed you, investment and insurance strategy, retirement planning focus, estate planning focus, but most importantly, what you're paying for is a 40-page, multi-decade financial plan that takes your goals, right, your situation now, what we have to do to achieve those goals, and we're going to map it out to age 90. And that document can live forever. But most importantly, we're working with you year after year after year to make sure that we're staying on track. And then, of course, for business owners, because we're going to be talking about your business, it's going to be intertwined with a lot of the stuff that your business deals with financially. It's eligible for a tax deduction. And so what I'm going to do, of course, is explain to you what the fee is. I hate when people like expensive restaurants, like, we're not going to put the price in there. Not that it matters. I just want to know, man. I just want to know. So our financial plans for foundational planning is $3,000. 33% off, of course, will make it $2,000. And that is available till the end of the year. And as I said before, this isn't necessarily a call to action. It's just at some point in your life, between now and retirement, you will likely need to meet with a financial advisor. And a financial advisor, a good one, a financial planner that builds out a plan for you, if the earlier you do it, the better. And just across the board in general, little tweaks to your investments now, little tweaks to your budget, those things are going to translate to tens, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in difference from what you could be doing. I get people coming in here 2 years, a year. I got a guy coming in later today who's literally retiring on next Friday, and this is his first meeting with me. And it's like, brother, all the things that we could have done, just the difference is there. So, finance is one of those things. Your financial plan, we won't even have a budget, but their financial plan, right, is the last thing on their mind. It's just, let me get through the day. Let me get through this month. Especially as business owners, you're focused on a lot of different things. People usually in y'all's situation that are busy like y'all and have better things to do need to outsource these things. You need to do your research on whoever you work with. We're obviously happy to have you come work with us, but in some situations that doesn't make sense. But listen, like I said, I'm extremely grateful for Nico having me on today. Here's my contact information if you're interested in that phone call or perhaps looking into the financial plan. And by the way, the initial consultation is always free. And that's where I can discuss further your situation, perhaps changes to the fee, depending on the complexity or the lack of complexity to your plan. But this is what we do. We do it all day, every day. And quite frankly, when it comes to where you're probably at with your finances, the difference between good and great is in the details. And again, I could watch 10 YouTube videos on how to change the transmission of my Audi, but I'm going to screw it up because there's 10,000 other things happening to that transmission that I'm not even aware of. So I use that example to give people that idea that, hey, you don't know what you don't know. And when it comes to money, it's really not worth messing around with. So hopefully I didn't bore you guys to sleep. I know my voice is kind of cracking here, but Nico, I really appreciate you bringing me on, and I'm happy to kind of take Q&As. But if I decline the question, please follow up with me on a phone call, please.
We got Paul here, Paul Kurtz with a question.
Hey, Grant, thanks for the information today. Very, really valuable information. But I wanted to know, do you work specifically with people that are in the construction field as far as forming corporations and giving them the best strategy plans? Is that kind of your lane?
Absolutely. So, and it's funny, I guess, because my business partner, Andrew, who's actually come to these things live, I believe, his specific thing is the business planning aspect. So we have a business planning side of this. This is, of course, the personal planning side. But the business planning side, we cover everything from, LLC, enterprise formation, all different kinds of retention strategies, all different kinds of cash flow strategies, exiting strategies. I mean, the whole premise of our business planning is to build your business to be as sell ready as possible, because that would make your business the most efficient and most profitable and marketable.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I gotta say, Grant, that was fantastic. A lot of information. I was having a hard time keeping up, honestly. It was like, as I was trying to digest what you were saying, like, shit, wait, do that again. Good stuff. I hope this is recorded because I need to go back and watch that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
You speak like I do, talk about fence, just going so fast.
I know, man.
Oh,
it's always been my problem, honestly. And I
well, mine too.
Guys,
now I get to taste my own medicine.
Yeah, exactly. And I do apologize for that. It's always been kind of an issue for me. People are like, "You're not really from the South," and I'm like, "No, I really am. I don't have the slow draw, unfortunately." But
yeah, it's good stuff.
That being said, I'm glad it's informative. I know it a lot.
Great information. You obviously know it very well.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Awesome, man. Guys, thank you so much. All right.
No, that's it. I appreciate you giving everybody 5 minutes, Nico, because if it was me planning shit, we'd be right into the next one. So thank God I'm not that guy. I'm not in charge of that. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Looks like I caught everybody during a break, huh? Quick break in between sessions, I imagine.
Yeah, we got 5 minute break, Justin.
Perfect. I figured as much because most people were not in their camera frame, so I assumed. But thanks for queuing me in, Aaron. As always, how you been, sir?
I can't complain too much, man. How about you?
Doing good. I heard you had one of my new friends
Paul
over with you for FenceWeek. Yeah, Paul from Defender.
Paul Kurtz, yes, sir. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, he called me and he was like, I'm on site with Aaron all week, so I'm not able to respond as easy. I'm like, that's awesome. So yeah. Thanks for taking him under your wing and teaching him some stuff.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah, there he is right there.
Hey, Justin.
Oh, I didn't know you were there with Aaron still. How are you, sir?
Man, don't talk crap about me, man.
Oh, never.
I don't have any crap to talk yet. We haven't known each other that long, so eventually I'll learn, I'm sure. But as of now, it's all good.
We're having a great week, bud. It's been very, very insightful, and yeah, everything's starting to fall in place.
Good. Yeah, no. This industry is tremendous if used right. So, a lot of people willing to work together and teach each other things and mentor each other and, be menteed and be mentored. So at the end of the day, I think that, you're in the right spot right now for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. By the way, Aaron, the other Aaron at your company sent me my logos, and they look great.
Oh, he changed them up. They're better now.
Well, he just made some of the fonts stand out a little bit more, but also
Sure.
gave it a little bit, and some of the colors and the details in that. But I may be throwing him a curveball soon, and I explained that to him. I'll go into it at another time, but I'm in the middle of talking with somebody right now, negotiating, so it could be enhanced even more. So
Yeah, no worries. He doesn't mind curveballs for sure. Keeps him busy, so he likes that kind of stuff. And either that, or he's going to do a bunch of stuff that Sam and I give him to do, and he's going to hate that in comparison. So he'd much rather be working on your guys' stuff.
So I didn't realize you were even on the call.
Yeah, I just joined in. I'm the next educator, actually.
Oh, no way. Okay, cool.
You're doing the AI stuff.
Yep. Aaron, I think you've seen me talk. I don't even know how many times by now. Probably half a dozen.
Oh yeah, it's never a dull moment though. You
Well,
did a
that's
really
good.
good job presenting, man.
Oh, I see Nico. Nico's back. I'm doing good. I was just making small talk with the people who were still around during the break. You know me, I can't not talk. So yeah, sometimes. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, I absolutely had to practice that kind of stuff. Or force them to practice it. Because otherwise it's definitely a skill that takes practice, and it's not my natural instinct, but it's something that I think if I don't model well, they're not going to understand because it does make it awkward. But yeah, it works, right? No, I can do it. It'll be easier if I just do it in case I got to jump back and forth or people have questions or anything like that. And then if we have a few minutes extra at the end, I could even do some live demoing of certain AI tools and stuff that I use regularly that I think they could get some benefit out of. So we'll see how the time goes. I do. Yeah. Should have plenty of time, hopefully. But you know me, long-winded, so maybe not. How did Sam do this morning? Did Sam do fine? That's Sam. He never goes under. You give him any amount of time, he'll take a few extra. Aaron, what you got?
Oh, hey, Nico or Justin, either one of y'all might have this answer, but is it possible that I could send one of these links to Paul that he could join us on his phone?
Paul at defenderfencingusa.com.
Paul at defenderfencingusa.com.
Awesome.
Sweet. Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, this knowledge only does people good if they have access to it. So make sure they can get here if they need it.
Yep.
All right, we can see, right? Sounds great. Yeah, no, so I know most, I'm just looking around at the attendee list. I know a good chunk of the people in this room, and I've interacted with a lot of you personally, one-to-one or in group settings, of course. But my name's Justin. I'm the sales director of sales and marketing here at .com Global Media. I've been in the fence industry for a lot of years, mostly in the tech space. came over to the marketing side of things, earlier this year due to my personal relationship with people like, Sam and Sean and the academy and all that sort of stuff. It just gave me a much better opportunity to work more closely with the people that I enjoy working with. I was in corporate America for a dozen years before that as a sales trainer. So I've got expertise that kind of spreads across a different gamut than some other people in this industry. So if at any time you guys are curious about anything, technology, systems, artificial intelligence, automation, any of that sort of stuff, that's kind of the world I live in, and I'm able to sort of bring that element to .com into the industry in general. So if any of you guys ever have anything, the easiest way to reach me is just Justin at .com, globalmedia.com. I'll share that again at the end. And a lot of you guys have my cell number as well. But if anybody needs it, it's simply 616-889-4455. Don't mind sharing it because I honestly love what I do. So when I get to do it more often, that's even better. I'm not like a 9 to 5 punch the clock kind of guy. So I'm around if you guys need me for anything. And if there's ever anything that I can do, even if it doesn't seem necessarily related, I can at least point you in the right direction, right? So I've got a network full of smart friends, as I call them, who I will refer people over to if it's something not in my wheelhouse. And I'm not like a paid consultant or anything. People always ask that question. I don't have a consultancy. Nobody can pay me for anything. I just do it because it's fun for me. And I like to kind of help expand a lot of my friends' networks a little bit by offering my expertise up, right? Done a lot of that in my career, just at the point of it where I very much enjoy what I do. So I'm happy to just get to do it simply. So never hesitate to ask. So what I'm talking about today is artificial intelligence in the fence contracting space specifically, right? So it's a buzzword. Everybody talks about it. I get people that will call me up and say, hey, I need to put AI in my business. And I'll take a step back and tell them to pause and say, okay, what problem are you trying to solve? And they don't always have an answer for that. They will literally just tell me, oh, we were told we need to use AI. That is the wrong answer. You need to know what AI is solving for the business, essentially what job you are hiring AI to complete, right? So hopefully as we go through today, you'll understand some of the practical uses for it, and you can liken those back to gaps in the business, to opportunities for ways to grow, or for ways to really systematize everything that you're doing in the business, right? So if you just want to use AI because you feel like you have to, you need to understand what benefit it's going to have first, right? There's a lot of tools out there. Just buying them to buy them if you have no use for them won't do you any good. So you need to understand really the practical uses of this. And by the end of today, you're actually going to have a 30, 60, 90-day plan that I'll send out to anyone who wants it, of how you can implement these things in kind of a strategic manner and make sure that it works for you guys. So it'll actually have a breakout plan. So a little bit different than just education. There'll be some actual actionables that come from it. Use what you think makes sense for you. Not one of your companies on this call is like any other. You guys weren't really built to be the same as everybody else, so your system shouldn't be either. So at the end of the day, some of this stuff will apply to more of you than others, but there's a little bit of everything in here when it comes to creative assets or AI sales agents or chatbots or all that sort of stuff. So we'll talk about it kind of as we go. But if at any time, I prefer these to be a bit interactive, just raise your hand. If you don't know how to use it using the Google Meet function, there's simply the little raise hand at the bottom. If you've got it minimalized with 3 dots and raise hand, it'll pop up and tell me that you're waiting, and then we can address things in real time. So we don't need to wait for the Q&A section at the end, but if you do want to wait and write things down for the end, you can do that as well. But while we're on the topic, I'd rather talk about it while it's practical, because odds are if you're thinking it, other people are thinking it as well. So we will dive right into the content, if nothing to get us started off any different than that. So like I said, today you're going to get specific AI tools that you can start using. I say tomorrow, you could use them today. They're very simplistic in a lot of ways to use, an actual ready to implement workflows for your team, and then a practical 30, 60, 90-day roadmap to actually drop some of these things into the business and have it help improve some processes. But like I said, don't just use it to use it. If it's not helping or you don't have a problem to solve with it, it's not going to do you much good. You'll just be adding for the sake of addition. So yeah, just be aware of that too. So we're going to start by talking about just the AI evolution itself. It helps to kind of understand how we got to where we are today, right? So AI has been around actually since the 60s. So it's been around for a very long time, but at the end of the day, it hasn't really become practical for the average everyday human being or everyday business owner to use until the last 6-7 years or so. Now it's really become prevalent in the last 12 to 18 months, as you guys all know. You guys probably heard about it a little bit here and there, but I'm sure you've heard about it ad nauseum for the last year. So it jumps in, you know, back in 2010 is when it became usable for everybody, but it required some technical expertise. We saw a lot of programmers, a lot of engineers, a lot of like network technicians using things like it to do things like map out things or monitor networks or prevent downtime or predict blackouts and things like that. They were using machine learning to do that sort of stuff. In 2018, that's when they started really developing things like image recognition, where it's able to read things like blueprints and able to identify a fence style from a photo. And then things like pairing up materials and identifying certain things became everyday use. If anyone's used Google Lens or Gemini on their phone or anything like that, Lens, you can simply hold your phone up to any device, any item with your camera on and say, what is this thing? And it'll tell you exactly what it is, what its purpose is, where you can buy it, etc. It's very handy. Like if your wife sends you to pick up like makeup or something and she tells you to buy concealer, and like me, I don't really know what that means. So I just ask it, like, which one of these is better? And then it tells me. So it keeps me very busy. Or my wife's a big bookworm, so I'll hold it up to like the entire used book section and say, she likes these kind of books. Which ones are good? And then it tells me like third shelf, fifth row over, grab this book. And it tells me exactly why. So you can use it for a wide variety of things. You can use it to identify things in mass, or you can use it for weird niche stuff like I just described, anywhere in between. Every device can do it nowadays, iPhone, Android alike. So there's really no reason not to start to dabble with that kind of stuff. In 2021, that's when things like the generative pre-trained transformer models came out, ChatGPT and things like it. So it gives them a way to take mass amounts of knowledge in a database and use it to draw from in milliseconds, right? You can ask it a question and it can pull out dozens of bits of information with sources and everything, just like you're having a conversation. It's almost like having a personal assistant who knows everything about everything, right? They don't create their own thoughts, but the things that they've been trained, they know, and they know well, and they're able to regurgitate at a moment's notice, right? That's when those started coming up, where people were using chatbots more. They were starting to discuss. It was becoming readily available for the public. And then in 2023, they really helped it understand all of everything and put it all together into a complete puzzle. So for the last 2 years, things like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Perplexity, etc., have all been able to really understand the needs of the user better and generate the answer that actually makes sense. Because if somebody asks you something about a fence, you are a fence expert, you can read between the lines and figure out why they're asking what they're asking, right? They may not always be using the exact words that they mean or that they need to know, but they're trying to get at the root cause of something. I'm sure you've all asked ChatGPT something at some point where you gave it a very vague description, and at the end of the day, it just still gave you the exact right answer you were looking for. It started to really be able to be practically usable for everybody, where it's able to read between those lines and give you information, even if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, right? It's like having a smart friend and a consultant. So we're able to now get better photos, faster quotes turned around, have clearer communications, reduce callbacks, all by using these tools in kind of a smart way. Every single one of those 4 bullet points will be talked about in a few upcoming slides too, to really educate you on what does that mean, right? So the practical timeline for you guys really is digital measurement tools began replacing tape measures. There's a lot of aerial quoting technology out there. There's motion measuring devices. There's all sorts of things. Has anyone ever used the measure tool on their iPhone where you simply hold it up and it tells you how long something is? That thing is pretty dang accurate using its LiDAR technology. So it gives you the ability to read stuff in really real time, right? And it's able to use AI to generate, hey, which angles it's on, how's it tilted, to make sure it's all accurate, right? Job photo organization. If anyone on here is using things like Company Cam, they've got AI generated post-job summaries and things now where it'll automatically generate a portfolio. Is anyone on here using Company Cam? I won't call on you, just raise your hand if you are. It's more of a check to see if everybody was asleep as well. No, nobody using Company Cam. That's surprising. I don't feel like that's accurate. I feel like most of you are lying to me, but that's okay. Oh, there's a couple hands. Got 3 people using Company Cam. Has anybody on here tried the post-job summary report, the AI generated post-job summary from Company Cam yet? No, most of you are shaking your head no. Nico's nodding yes. I won't call on Nico though. Nico gets enough chances to talk. So yeah, for the rest of you, you can literally go into any project in Company Cam now, and knowing the type of fence, everything that it can see, and the dates and timestamps of everything, it will generate a full job report saying we showed up on this time, we did this, we got this much done, this, that, and the other thing. As long as you're keeping accurate photos, it can generate a post-job summary to send to your client in one click. And pro tip, that summary can also ask for a Google review. So if you're using Company Cam, that's a newer thing that came out earlier this year. I think it was May or June. And it was in beta at the time. It may still be technically in beta, but from what I'm seeing of people using it, it is absolutely brilliant. So if you're using Company Cam, try that AI generated post-job summary a couple times. It'll make your life a lot easier. It'll reduce callbacks. It'll get you more reviews. It'll increase customer satisfaction. It'll let clients feel like they got the value that they paid for. Even though we all know they did, never hurts to give them a little bit of extra proof, right? Aerial imaging. So companies like, My Salesman stuff have partnered with companies like EagleView to be able to use their aerial imaging to get even more accurate as time has gone on. EagleView is the largest aerial imaging company anywhere. Billions of images, and they are just a massive organization nowadays, and they sell those images off to a lot of people, right? Things like My Salesman and GeoDraw and other aerial estimating tools have been doing it for a while, but they're getting better and better and more accurate, right? So those of you who are using aerial imaging to do remote estimates, those things are only going to get better and sharper, right? Now we're starting to see AI assistants literally create quotes, handle customer inquiries, generate those reports like I talked about, even scheduling calls. I helped a company out in California, Northern California, just over these last month, 6 weeks. You put an AWS Connect Live agent in their business where it answers the phone. It talks just like as if it were a human. You wouldn't know the difference. It can schedule directly onto their Google Calendar. And things like that with availability, and give all the notes right to the salesperson. So they're able to do that all using AI now. They don't even have a person answering the calls because it answers it 24/7. Anytime, day or night, it can answer, take a call, handle concerns, and get things on the schedule or put it into the CRM for notes. AWS Connect's the one we use for that. They also have a thing called Lex, which is a chatbot, and then they have what they call Contact Lens, which allows you to essentially analyze all the conversations it has to find trends and learn from. So these tools are not only existing, they are very practical. So it's important to note that too. And those things have been around. Like, they're not the future. A lot of people think AI is the future. It's very much the present. Yeah, it's the future too, but it's here now, and people are using it very regularly. You've seen stuff in the social networks of people talking about the chatbots and things that they're using to create quotes and to go through and build out all these different, systems for their customers. You can take it so much further than that if you want to. There are live Zoom agents that look like I would look right now that can replicate you and sit on Zoom and video calls for you and have discussions. It's like a fake sales demo person almost, and it's a little bit creepy. It works. In my opinion, it blinks way too much. But other than that, it looks pretty real. So the real question becomes, knowing all of what you know about what's out there, like, where are you with it, right? And don't you have to actually answer this, but just a little bit of self-reflection. Are you new to it? Like, you're just beginning to explore it. You use ChatGPT and maybe Gemini or something, but nothing more. Are you a dabbler where you use it occasionally, but there's no consistent system? Or are you all the way systematized? Do you have an actual workflow where AI is a meaningful contributor? And if AI were to be pulled out, that workflow would not work, right? Not very many people have. Starting to see that request more and more and more, having multiple meetings a week of people asking how to do it and wanting to do it. Figuring out the ways to actually implement that into their business, whether that's chatbots is probably the most popular one I'm seeing requests for, just because it's a very easy, low lift way to get it in there. But then I'm starting to see, like I said, the voice agents and things. No real video agents yet, but the voice agents are a close second for things that we're putting in there. It's really handy, helps people move forward in their business. And today we're going to cover kind of what those different pieces are. And I just want you to think, like, hey, in your business today, what's your biggest struggle? Like, try to think of that right now. And then try to just think over these next, 15, 20 minutes where we're talking about these different opportunities and ways to use it. Think of how any of these may solve that problem, right? Whatever that thing is, whatever that opportunity is that will help you grow your business. Think of how these tools could potentially plug themselves in, or you plug them into to be able to solve it for you or with you. Some of the tools are very automated. Some are a little more assistant type based, where they still require a lot of human prompting and moderation, but anywhere in between, right? So the world I live in right now is very search driven, right? Our job is to generate leads for you guys. We want to generate business for the companies that hire us, right? And grow the business. They are now using AI to scrape all sites, to crawl all sites, to index all pages, right? To be able to do that, to generate those Google AI overviews, there's a lot of changes that have recently happened. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but 64% of all searches now generate 0 clicks on Google, meaning they read that Google AI overview and then they go away. They just go off to something else. Either they research something different or they get the answer they're looking for and they're moving away. So what that means is search engines have effectively started to transition to what we're now calling answer engines. And instead of SEO, search engine optimization, we're also having to focus on AEO, which is AI engine optimization. So those are completely different ways of doing things. They are tied in some ways. You know, there's probably a 60, maybe 70% crossover in the activities you have to do. But it's important to note that the expertise that you guys have in your markets is key to winning this game, right? So what wins in a 0-click environment? Brand searches. Like if I go on and I search Mr. Fence specifically, pretty easy to win that search, right? If I search Fence Company Evansville, yeah, Sean's still going to win that one. But most of you probably would not win that one, at least not be number one, right? Or show up in that AI overview. That is a completely different thing. If you're going into ChatGPT, I recommend you do this regularly and then go to Google and search what are some of the best fence companies near whatever town you're in. But when you do it in an incognito browser. Otherwise, it's going to automatically be biased towards what you searched before. And I'm guessing you visited your own website more than you visit your competitors. So make sure you're doing it in a private browser or an incognito window to give you the actual results, right? So those AI answers completely changing the game by giving them answers, not just ways to find it. We're used to searching, clicking the link, looking for our own answers. Now it just tells us, right? So you need authentic, detailed reviews. You need proof content that shows work and expertise. Content written very specifically for your area, or that says, after installing fence in Evansville, Indiana for the past 20 years, I've learned XYZ. Google then reads and says, oh, this guy's an absolute expert. He's been doing it for 20 years. And these are the actual things we can tell the searchers to give them real value. That's how you win in this game, right? Structured data. Structured data is something I want every single one of you to go back to your marketing agency and ask them to show you how they're using it. It is incredibly important. Not just marketing agency. If you're even doing it in-house, if you don't even know what structured data is or schema is, just ask me later. I can absolutely tell you. But essentially the gist of it is it's instructions for AI engines on how to read your site. You can literally tell them where to look for each specific piece of information they're looking for. It's like having aisle markers at a grocery store. They'll tell you what aisle everything is in. This data will tell the engines exactly where all of your data is on your website, right? So the structured data for the AI is something that is important to know and action against and action for, even if it's not something you handle yourselves internally, right? So a comprehensive digital strategy with AI in the forefront is super, super important. I didn't used to talk as much about this. I talked more about tools, but because it is having such a profound effect on people's performance, I mean, we're seeing people's leads go up or down 20%. If they're not focused on things like this in some markets, it's a big difference. So it's something where I just wanted to make sure I brought up and made important so you guys all kind of understood that it mattered. So how do you stand out where it matters? How do you get found locally in this age of AI, right? In these AI pieces. So the Google Business Profile is number one. It has to be complete. It has to be accurate. There is also a thing called NAP data that these engines look for. What it means is name, address, phone number. Your name, address, and phone number have to be the exact same, exact, down to the comma, on every single place it exists. So if you have a Better Business Bureau, if you have a Chamber of Commerce profile, if you've sponsored a local Little League and they have you on their website, and your Google Business Profile on your website, and your white pages listing, they all have to be the same. They do. They have to be exactly the same. As soon as one is off, that makes Google start to wonder, and the AI engine start to wonder what's exactly true. Even if 9 out of 10 are the same, there's still a small chance that something could be off if one is wrong. So then somebody who's right 10 out of 10 times is going to get prioritized over you, right? Important. Review platforms. Photo-rich responses are super, super popular right now, and they're super, super important because the engines are prioritizing them. giving detailed answers to questions. Hopefully you guys all answer all of your reviews. If you're not, please do. It will help you in your marketing immensely. And give detailed answers to those responses. Sean's talked about it ad nauseum in the past, where he talks and says like, hey, that's your opportunity to not just respond in a negative way or to a negative review or a positive review, but to also talk about value and benefits and talk about Evansville and what you're proud of and use local keywords, right? That stuff makes a big difference. And then having a content strategy that is AI friendly. So they all have to be meta tagged, geotagged, everything. So that way the engines and crawlers realize that they were taken where they said they were. You used to be able to just literally rename the photo, Evansville fence contractor. Nowadays, you can't do that. It's too smart. It can read right through it. So yes, you have to do that, but you have to do more than that. So and nothing has changed per se, but a lot of it has evolved. So AI rewards specific local knowledge that generic competitors can't replicate, right? That's really the key to this, is that you need to get really specific, really local, really, if you're using a marketing agency or if you're doing it yourself, make sure the stuff is expert level content. If you're just talking about the difference between chain link and wood, anybody can do that, right? Any single thing you Google will have a million resources on that. You got to go deeper. You've got to have somebody writing content, or you need to be writing content that is very specific and very localized. That's how you win this game. Paid advertising. Paid advertising comes with a couple warnings and a couple caveats, but also a couple advice tips. So most of you are probably running paid advertising nowadays. It used to be kind of an additional add-on that sort of made sense, but the AI engines favor people running advertising campaigns as a trust factor, saying that, oh, we know they're paying Google to run ads, so they're legit. And then you get boosted way up in SEO simply for running ads. Even if you don't have a huge budget, running a small budget, you know, $20 a day, at minimum, will give you a bit of a trust boost that you wouldn't get otherwise. So if you can afford $600 a month to throw out on local service ads, cool. You know, it helps you in some way, and you only pay for the leads you get anyways. Now, AI-powered ads are the most common way to run them nowadays. Google Performance Max and Meta Advantage Plus use an AI engine to automatically test different combinations and audiences. They will find customers most likely to convert, and they'll automatically adjust keyword bidding based on performance and budgets that you set. So you set your budgets, you set the geography, and you set what you want it to target and what you want it to go for, and then it sort of tries to do the rest. Now, the important thing to know about that is that will give you the exact same results as it will give anybody else. There is no differentiator if that is all you are. You need to make sure that people running your ads very much understand how to use those things effectively, but also where to avoid using them, because a traditional normal search campaign still outperforms those AI campaigns if managed well. Like ours are over a 30% difference in results and cost per conversion. It's a sizable difference, right? So if you want to play the game the same way as everybody, this AI-powered platforms are the easiest way to do it because you don't have to do much. You can simply just set it and forget it. But if you want to do it well, you need to be responding to these reviews, following up, rating them, adjusting targeting on your own, setting different limits for different service areas. You know where new sub-developments are going up in your community. Other people, like the AI engines, don't. So at the end of the day, you can hyper-specially target those areas to make sure you're performing, right? So use the AI tools, but don't 100% set them to autopilot, or you're just literally going to burn the stack of cash that you don't have to burn. So make sure whoever you're doing your ads understands those tools, but also understands their downfalls, right? So they're good as a generic option. They're absolutely not perfect. So it's an AI you will use if you're running advertising, but it's not one that you should 100% depend on, if that makes sense. So let's talk about some field-ready AI tools, right? We talked a little bit, just kind of set the stage around voice agents, right? We're seeing more and more of them. People actually answering the phone as an AI engine, having a completely natural sounding conversation. In some cases, they will even deny their AI if you ask them. They should not do that. There's actually indemnification laws against it, but they do it anyways in some cases. They will book appointments. They will answer qualification questions. They will make recommendations based on things that they hear. All of those things during their onboarding process get trained by you in documents and things that you upload. So you can absolutely give it all sorts of company policies and all these different understandables to make it know exactly how you would answer a question and how your team would answer a question. And then it will go through and essentially act like a member of your team that you were able to train in an hour instead of weeks, right? So there's a big difference there. The only thing is, if you do change policies, you need to retrain it, just like you need to retrain a team member. You literally sort of treat it like a robotic person in some way. If you change some stuff, you have to tell it, otherwise it doesn't know, right? Call summaries. Mostly everybody uses these. I mean, if you're on any of these calls and you're on Google Meet or Zoom or whatever it may be, they've all got their AI note takers that you can use and get summaries of this kind of stuff. Some stuff will run completely in the background and not even tell you it's taking notes. And some stuff will be very in your face. Everybody has to accept it, etc. The native ones usually do that. And there's some that just use the speaker of your computer and your microphone to take notes, and they're not actually recording on the screen itself, so they can try to avoid some of those rules, anywhere in between. And then CRM integration, automated data entry from all of these different things into whatever your database may be. Right. The Zapier has a very like white labeled integration thing using their AI chatbot that allows it to sort of act on your behalf and learn what you need it to do. And it just kind of funnels things around. But most CRM integrations are best served native. Like if say you use HubSpot, they have their Breeze AI Copilot that helps you set up and build all these kind of things. But yeah, just ask whoever your tech people are to make sure that your integration stuff works with whatever AI tools you're using. It's super important to do, because otherwise you're just going to have fragmented data. If you've got a bunch of notes that were taken, but they're not organized or in the right place, they don't do you any good. So yeah, you can get all sorts of AI stuff, but if you don't get it in the right place, it doesn't do you any good. Field ready tools, we talked about that. We've got, things like the Mosher tool, which we use motion measuring. They don't use AI itself in the measuring, but they're using AI now in the new app piece where it's helping you build out the areas and the rooms and the sections and things like that. So important to know how to use that, because it can take a lot of the raw data and help you make sense of it, right? Then you've got things like aerial qualification, like we talked about. My salesman and Eagle View are using all of that data to constantly make adjustments, read pitches, etc. And then you've got layout material tools where they have AI assisted design now, automated material calculations. All this sort of stuff is becoming more and more regular in the tools. A lot of it's still in beta around, just because tech companies don't take anything out of beta unless they're 100% confident in it. So you'll see a lot of things in beta, but absolutely ask any tool you're using, hey, what AI things are you working on, or what things do you have now that I could take advantage of? Because they're only doing it to make your life easier, right? So some field ready stuff. Who I would assume most of you are using it in some way for some content creation, ChatGPT or Claude, where you're either responding to emails, you're creating a social post, you're making a graphic. I know some people on this call have used it to make logos that they then sent over to us and said, hey, I like this sort of a logo. Is this good, or does this need to be changed? And sometimes it needs to be tweaked a little just so it's more usable across digital platforms and like print media and stuff like that, because it'll make a logo that looks good on screen, but it might not look good on a hat, or it might not look good on a sleeve of a shirt or a truck wrap, right? So there's some things that need to be taken into consideration with the content created, but it's a great thinking partner. Helps you get a lot of concepts out real quick. Social posts, same way. You need to make sure that they are true to you, your brand, etc. But you want to make sure that you're able to get them out at a reasonable scale, and the AI can help with that. Emails, responding to emails, rewriting, just simply dropping your stuff in, asking it to check for grammar and clarification. I like one of the little tricks I like to use with an email is, hey, I want to make this email as written with these 3 traits, and I want the reader, after they read it, to have these specific feelings or thoughts. Right. So then I tell it, hey, I want them to feel away coming like we're a smart, trusted advisor, and that we really understood their problem and blah, 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 whatever I want to say. And then it makes sure it writes it that way, right, where it has those undertones. So it may not be saying specific things, but it's written in a way where that matters. And it can do that really, really well, right? And it can make sure that your tone is on. Or you can drop it and say, hey, if you read this as a reader, what undertones does it currently have? And it might come out saying, hey, it's like combative, or it feels overconfident, and then you can make adjustments, right? You can have it rewrite, you can have it critique, whatever you want. So extra ways, instead of just having it write something, have it critique your writing and kind of make it better. You can use it to kind of plus it a little bit. Visual content, big time used for this a lot. Adobe Firefly is a generative model where it literally will create images. Like you can just trace around, a dirt area and say, make this grass, and it'll make it grass. A lot of your phones have that now too, where it can generatively edit a photo and just make it better, right? That sort of stuff just makes a difference when it comes to looking out and making sure you're looking professional and clean everywhere you go. Project documentation. I talked earlier about Company Cam organizing job photos and automatically tagging and creating AI generated reports for the entire project. That tool has been complete game changer for a lot of folks. And I know a lot of you are using it, so you might as well use that part. I don't believe it costs anymore. I think it's just part of what they're doing. So make sure you double check that too. But I can't stress this enough, right? These tools don't replace your expertise. You need to use them as a tool, right? At the end of the day, but you need to know how to use them. And that all comes with expertise. You all know how to use every tool in your toolbox the right way, your physical tools. Your digital tools have to be the same way. You need to understand when's the right time to use them, what job to use them for, etc. And it is a relatively daunting task. It is something that is not first nature or even second nature to a lot of you guys. So if you ever have questions, just ask. There's a lot of people in this room alone who are using these tools effectively regularly. And we can absolutely help everybody here do it, especially with the network that we have, you know, going through Mr. Fence Academy and whatnot. There's so many great people in this network who have lended a hand to so many dozens of others. Like I was, before the call we went on, you know, Aaron Greer down at Boundary is mentoring a new fence company who's coming into the market this week. And they've been on site learning all this sort of stuff. But when I first met Aaron just a couple years ago at the retreat, it was his first time at anything. Like he was new himself. You know, so it's completely flipped the script and is able to pass that knowledge on and back. And that's the tremendous thing about this academy, is it really helps people do that, helps people build the relationships they need to be successful. So just don't hesitate to ask. I've never heard anybody in this call or anybody anywhere in the academy just say, I'm too busy to help out. I don't know how I haven't heard that, because I know you guys are probably too busy to help out in a lot of cases, but it just seems like people are willing to bend over backwards to help everybody else make sure they get to where they want to go, right? Sean is a great shining example of that, because to be fair, he probably has zero free time ever, because every time he texts or calls me, it's at some really dumb hour. It's like 11 p.m. or something where he's finally getting home from something, or he gets up insanely early and then 4 hours after that. So yeah, he's working all the time, but he still finds time for this, to pass the knowledge on and to teach it down and around, right? Runs a wildly successful business himself, but yet at the end of the day, spends as much or more time passing that knowledge on. So yeah, incredibly selfless effort. Make sure that you guys are all using the relationships that are given to you. They're out there. Just you get out of this what you put into it, and make sure you're reaching out and asking for these kind of things. Little soapbox there, sorry. So office ready tools for like marketing and branding, right? See the middle one? That's Sam. If you guys know Sam from .com, if we play real or AI, you guys would probably all guess that's AI. Joke's on you guys, that's actually real. That's a real photo from him down in Naples. So creative assets, you can use, you know, Chat GPT, Gemini, Claude, etc. I'm kidding, by the way. That's obviously not a real photo of Sam. That would be wild if Sam ever did something like that. That is not his personality. But when we are able to take him and make likenesses of him using AI, he can't really stop us. So, and then we can put them in things like presentations that we share out to the world, and then they're evergreen and he can never get rid of them. So that's part of my evil plan, just to have fun while I work. So yeah, creative assets are big. Chat GPT, Gemini, Claude, all great for creating assets. Synthesia and Sora will create videos. Like you can literally give it a script and a reference, and it will create videos with audio, dialogue, everything. They just released Sora 2. Sora 2 is invite only. So you probably have to use Sora 1 for the time being, unless you have somebody with an invite code. I think I have 3 or 4 invite codes left. If anybody really wants them, just let me know. I'll double check to make sure I still have some active ones, but it'll allow you guys to literally say, I want a video of 2 people installing a wooden fence using these tools and talking about the Detroit Lions game last weekend, whatever it may be. And it will create that thing. Use it for social media planning. A lot of people struggle with inspiration. They don't struggle necessarily with being able to post something. They don't know what to post, right? People like, you know, agencies and stuff will provide you with social media guides and plans and things to actually run your social media on for inspiration. But in the absence of that, you can use something like Chat GPT to say, hey, I'm a fence company and I need a very simple, easy to execute plan where I use Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok and post things out 3 to 5 times a week with the goal of educating my consumers on these 10 points or whatever. And it'll create you a calendar, right? Super simple, easy to use, highly recommend doing it. Makes your life a lot easier when all you have to do is execute. So some examples of some of those things. We use them now to create real quick cartoon versions of the characters. We obviously have our illustrated ones from our actual illustrators that you can tell look a little different than this. But like we didn't have a ton of illustrations of Anna, but we needed a lot more Annas for certain things. So we're able to simply give it a reference image and say, make her doing this, make her doing this, make her doing this. And it creates the images for us, right? We've got Sam ones for days. This next little piece here is actually a ton of fun. It's a little video piece that we were able to do where we just took a image of Sam's bobblehead and we gave it a script.
In a way, I mean, look, I love what we do, and our people are amazing, and our work's amazing. And so, yeah, like I feel like I show off a little bit. Like we have incredible stuff, but that's not why I'm doing it. I'm hoping to trigger a thought from somebody that's like, oh, I hadn't considered that, you know, we could do that on our site, or even do it as a business. Like, oh man,
So yeah, that kind of, all we did was take an image of Sam's bobblehead and we just said, use this script, make this bobblehead do this thing, say this stuff. And it did, right? It's super simple and easy to do, but it's a super cool effect and a super cool asset that nobody else is doing, right? You know, we can easily do things using these tools that are out there. And I mean, this took 5 minutes to make, you know, literally it was like, here's the image reference. Here's what we wanted to do. Put it in this sort of a background, make it say these things, make it excited, whatever you want to tell it, and it'll make it, right? Did the first one turn out perfect? Absolutely not. We had to re-engineer the prompt a couple times to make sure that it was doing what we wanted it to do with the arms and everything like that. But at the end of the day, Aaron, our creative director here, spent some time, did this, knocked it out, and we've got a really cool asset that we can use, right? This sort of stuff is big. It's important and it's easy to use, and you can absolutely do it yourself without any expertise. This piece here, we just said to make, you know, a typical fence guy in his office with a fence in the background working on reports or something, and it spits something out like this. Did we refine it anything? No. Is it perfect? No. But you can make videos like that in just literal seconds. So you can make kind of anything you need asset-wise in the absence of having a real one. You could take something like this with a photo of people there and say, oh, I want it to be interactive. I want them to be moving and waving, etc. You know, it'll take it from that to this, where they're just moving around and waving and interacting, right? And have something like that on your site that's interactive, or on social media that's interactive. So you can take normal and make it, you know, extraordinary pretty simply. And it's not something other people are willing to put the time in to do. And it's not something people are even knowledgeable that they can or should be doing. I'm showing you these slides as pure inspiration of things that are possible. I don't want you to be like, oh, shoot, I have to go do all this stuff. That is not the point. The point is like, hey, all of these things are at your fingertips. You just may not know about it, right? I just want you to know that it's out there. There are plenty of experts who can help you do it, or you could even ask the AI engines how to do it. You can go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I saw a video of a bobblehead talking off of a script. What sort of tools could I use to do the same thing? And it'll tell you a bunch of things. You can use AI to learn how to better use AI. So it's handy, definitely worth doing. So now we're going to go from some creative stuff into more operations and team management stuff. I use this here all the time. I mean, I run some pretty sizable teams here at .com, and we've got a lot of things going on. So I very much will use AI in our own workflows, right? So things like creating standard operating procedures, right? It's really good at writing playbooks and handbooks and things of that nature. It's really good at lead qualifying and triage. You can dump in a bunch of different ones, have it analyze the data set and tell you exactly where things are coming from and what the most common problems that the people coming to you are trying to solve are. And then you can tailor your marketing campaigns and things around the things people are actually looking for, instead of us guessing what our client base is trying to solve, which is usually growth, digital presence, rankings, etc. for us. But at the end of the day, you would know exactly what people are asking about. And then you could tailor your marketing, tailor your pitches, tailor your customer journey around real data that you wouldn't have before, or you simply wouldn't have the time to digest is probably the real problem before. Estimate generation and delivery, project documentation and proof packs. Instead of sending over just a basic Google Doc, you can absolutely use a bunch of different tools to create proposals and things in no time. You can solicit reviews and follow up. There's actually tools that will take every lead that didn't close and retarget them via even phone calls. It will pick up the phone. It will call them with an AI voice agent, ask them if they had already got a fence, if they were interested in re-exploring for any lead that's over 6 months old, whatever it may be, right? You can use that sort of thing to re-engage all of those people and get, you know, say you get a few hits. That's a few fences you didn't have before, and it's infinitely cheaper than having a human do it. So there's a lot of different things out there you can do for that too. Privacy and credibility considerations. There's a couple things you need to know about using AI stuff. So there are rules in certain areas around watermarks. You have to watermark or add content credentials to edited photos if you've used AI to edit them in certain areas. Now you're off in different markets. I don't pretend to be a legal expert in this stuff, so I would just make sure you know your own rules. Implement secure data handling. Do not put any personally identifiable information into any free version of any AI tool. I say free because if you have the paid version, then it kind of you have your own sort of database that it learns to. If you're using a free one and I put Mrs. Smith's address and everything into it, that's now part of the general database. So I would highly recommend, and it's actually not allowed to do that. It tells you that when you first sign up, but none of us read the fine print. So just be aware that it is in there. And then select vendors with proper AI indemnities, meaning if they're using a bunch of AI stuff and they're putting it on your website or whatever it is, or they're using it in your CRM, you want to make sure that they are the ones using the tool and that it's not, the liability isn't being passed to you. That's all it is. Make sure that you're double checking with them. It's as simple as asking if they're their tools, their licenses, or if they're running the license as a proxy to you. Important to note. So some myths that I hear all of the time. I hear these regularly and they're not all accurate. Actually, none of these are accurate. But the myth I hear a lot is like, hey, if I just use AI to generate a ton of content, we'll dominate local search. Used to be true, but as of November 2023, actually, they launched what was called the helpful content update through Google. And they now prioritize quality over quantity 100 times out of 100. One highly localized, professionally written example with unique things that aren't easily findable through an AI engine will outperform 100 generic posts. Literally one is greater than 100 if it's helpful versus not helpful. If it's not helpful generic content, Google doesn't care about it at all because it's not anything that's adding to the customer journey or experience, right? AI overviews killed SEO. Not at all. They literally are the same practices for the most part. You just have to treat them and massage them a little bit differently. So SEO didn't die by any means. It just evolved where SEO and AEO go very hand in hand, but they have to be treated a little bit differently, but it's still a lot of the same stuff. It's all about quality content. It's all about the right targeting. It's all about the optimization and the updating of it, keeping things fresh. It wants to know things are new. Google Business Profile and reviews are equally as popular for both, etc. So just don't think that SEO died completely because it didn't at all. I mean, if you're not doing good SEO practices, you won't be successful in AEO. There's no way. It's literally not possible because there's too much crossover. AI-powered replies hurt Yelp rankings. Nope. If you use the AI thing in Yelp to help like train and reply to your things, they actually like that because they know that their clients are going to get higher responses to their reviews, and it responds quicker, giving the client a faster resolution. So even though it's not necessarily you replying every time, Yelp still favors and prioritizes the fact that they get a response at all. So theirs is a little backwards compared to some other folks. So I mentioned Yelp because Yelp has risen in the authority bracket, as I call it, the things that Google and search engines care more about. Reddit has risen a lot. Quora has risen a lot. Yelp has risen a lot. Nextdoor has risen a lot. And then more traditional things have fallen down a little bit further. Things like Pinterest and things like that have fallen down a little bit deeper, right? So Google has its way of caring about things. And weird spoiler alert, Google also invested in things like Reddit. So that may be why they now care as much. But that's just one of the things that they did. So we need to be aware of that. You need to be aware of that, and you need to make sure that you're playing the game accordingly, right? They'll tell you the rule book. You just got to follow it. We just want to make sure that everybody is tracking all that sort of stuff. So, like I said, I'll hear a lot of people say a lot of things, and some of them are thought provoking and interesting that causes me to go research a lot of things, and other than them are just straight wrong, and anywhere in between. But happy to always provide sources to any of this sort of stuff if you're always curious. But so this brings us to our first profitable workflow. How do you use AI to build a lead triage, right? You could build an AI intake template. It can literally be a form. It can be a bot, whatever it may be. And then you take whatever that is and implement it into a phone or a chat bot. Website chatbots are the easiest thing to do. You could literally build one and have it running in a day. They're very easy. If you don't know how, you can simply go to ChatGPT and say, hey, help me build a chatbot for my website, and it'll teach you every single step of the way. A lot of your CRMs already have them built in. If you're using a HubSpot, a Salesforce, a Monday, whatever it is, a lot of the very contractor-specific ones don't quite have them yet. So, but I know like the Job Nimbuses and stuff do. So a lot of them are working on building them, but they don't have them quite yet. Make sure that then that automates into the CRM, and then it helps you prioritize follow-up. The CRM itself, in a lot of cases, can help you build a scoring system, meaning if it's in this town, rank it up this higher. If they have this many employees, because AI will give you that data, rank it up this many points higher, et cetera, et cetera. If it's like a commercial bid, you want the bigger ones probably. If it's in these specific areas, you can mark it up higher. If they give you full data, like if they give you their email, their phone number, their address, their everything, give it an extra point. Lead scoring can be done in a lot of these tools as well. We're still working on perfecting it here for us, but at the end of the day, we still even use it. And then the real goal, the KPI to know if this has worked, is you're able to reduce lead response time from hours to minutes, aka a lead comes in, how long until they get any sort of a response from your team. Hopefully you guys are tracking that. I know most of you probably aren't, because it's just a lot to do, but using these tools will allow you to throughout they can literally see the time the lead came in, and you can see first contact and things like that coming through a lot of your tools and CRM. So these are one that you can absolutely put out. Second one, quote generation. You can take a photo capturing a property measurement using My Salesman, Fence Cloud, any sort of aerial imagery, and using that to then import that into a template in like a Fence Cloud, an ArcSite. If it integrates directly, even bonus points from that. There's obviously a lot of things out there you can import those dimensions into, even just Google Earth or Google Maps if you're using that to do a by the foot type measurement. I don't recommend doing by the foot. By the section is much more accurate, etc. You guys all know that probably, hopefully. Some of you may not, but any questions, ask Sean. Sean loves to talk. We'll love to teach you. It generates material quantities and labor hours.
Absolutely. We'd love the opportunity to talk about sections.
Yeah, no, I couldn't see Sean because I've got the window minimized, but I didn't know if he was in his chair or not. But I was like, yeah, there's definitely better ways to quote than simply by the foot. I am not a fence guy, but I am decent with math and I'm decent with business. So at the end of the day, as soon as I first heard his first explanation of it, I was like, yeah, that's absolutely a no-brainer. There's no reason you should ever do it a different way than that. So yeah, it helps. And I understand it is a little more knowledge-based and you've got to, understand it comfortably. It's much easier to just take X times Y, price times a foot and spit it out there, but you're just costing yourself profit and margin and growth. So it's absolutely worth the time spent. Yet again, that was soapbox number 2 from this call already. And I don't usually have too many of those. Software will apply any of your standard pricing formulas, even by the section, and then it'll generate a professional quote. So whenever I give you guys any sort of workflow, I also give you a KPI. I want to make sure you know exactly how to measure it, right? So an average estimate in the fence industry, from what industry data has told us, is it takes around 2 hours to generate a full estimate, going from site visit to drawing or sketch, if you even draw or sketch, going through creating material list, getting pricing and getting it back, right? 2 hours. It's a long time. If you can knock that down to under 30 minutes, you can obviously get to another job a day, including drive time and stuff, an extra 90 minutes, you could probably get to a whole nother job. So yeah, it just increases your efficiency across the board and it improves accuracy because calculators and computers don't make mistakes. If it's a number and you put it into a calculator, it doesn't once in a while just get it wrong. It absolutely gets it right every single time. So these systems make sure your people don't accidentally screw stuff up. Now, bad data in, bad data out. If they put in the wrong info, it's never going to work, but hopefully that helps. And then a third one, I absolutely recommend you use those AI generated proof packs I talked about earlier. A lot of different tools. Company Cam is the one I recommend. It's just easy to use. It's not overly expensive. It's simple to implement and it allows everybody to, I should have like a paid partnership with them or something, as much as I talk about that company. To capture before, during, and after photos. Then it'll generate a full PDF, literally highlighting the quality of materials, any challenges that it saw you overcome with weird installation stuff, or maybe there's a stump in the way and it sees the stump and whatever, it can figure that out. It's crazy accurate. You deliver that to the customer and then that automatically has like a link or a QR code that goes to your preferred review platform. Spoiler alert, preferred review platform should probably be Google. 9 times out of 10. If you've got a 500 Google reviews at 4.9 or something already, then it may be smart to kind of diversify that out. Bing uses Yelp reviews now instead of their own. They got rid of their own native platform. There's enough people still on Bing. It's worth thinking about. So make sure that your Yelp review is at least decently high. But Google is still, 6-to-1 to every Bing search. So definitely important to focus on Google every time if you can. If you need to focus on one, if you can focus on both, do it. But yeah, absolutely. Yelp is the way to do Bing nowadays. They changed it. So you want to increase your review conversion rate by 340% by reducing customer questions by 60%. If you give them a full packet of everything you did, everything that was overcome, the entire timeline, the job before and after, not going to be much room for many questions, right? And just simply delivering a request for a review with proof that everything went good will increase your reviews threefold. You know, at least it should, if done right. That's kind of what we've seen it working for. And we can help you build that kind of stuff out if you need it. You know, that is just something that we're seeing done kind of all the time, right? So we're not going to do the 5-minute prompt sprint just in the sake of time, but this is something I challenge you guys to do on your own at some time. And I'll tell you this again at the end, but I can send this entire deck to everybody on this call. I can send it to Nico and Sean and have them give it to whoever wants it. I can send it to you one-on-one, whatever. So that way you have these sort of things. The goal of this is to learn how to be a better prompt writer. Remember how I said bad data in, bad data out? Same thing with these AI tools. If you're not giving them the correct restraints, so I always like to tell them, my little framework I like to use is tell them who they are in the equation, being the bot. You tell ChatGPT per se, just for instance, exactly what their role is. I want you to be a professional consultant with 20 years experience, marketing home services businesses to residential customers. I am going to be, and tell it what you are. I'm going to be the fence company owner who hired you to do X, Y, and Z. You tell it exactly what you need from it. You tell it how you want it to present it to you. You tell it exactly what format and how long it should be. If you tell it those things every single time, you'll get a much better result than if you just said, help me build a social media business plan for my business, right? If you say, I'm hiring you as a social media consultant with 20 years of experience in the home services industry. I am a fence company business owner of Mr. Fence in Evansville, Indiana. I need a 8-slide long social media business plan complete with hashtags and examples and creative, inspirational things. And I need that delivered in a PDF format. Go. You know, that infinitely better. So you'll end up with a much better result, right? So if you just say, hey, I'm trying to get a 6-foot cedar privacy fence, no dig post, HOA friendly, the goal is around backyard safety, right? And here's an idea for a headline, and then use this, right? And then, or you can just tell it, kind of the way I said it. You just want to make sure you're constraining those prompts with specific length requirements, tone guidelines, and local details for the best results. If you don't give it where you are, it's not going to put keywords like Evansville, Indiana into your posts. So you want to make sure that you're doing that. So yeah, absolutely use this kind of stuff because then it will give you an example, like, you know, just completed a beautiful 6-foot privacy fence in the Oak Ridge HOA, obviously an important keyword there. No dig post system at minimal yard disruption while creating a secure play place for the family's children and pets. Swipe to see the transformation. That is an infinitely better caption than before and after, right? Use this kind of stuff. It helps, it makes it easy, and it makes your life a lot simpler. So some guardrails, some are AI guardrails that I have found over time are literally necessary. Verify anything that AI generates. That should go without saying, but in your busyness and haste of your day, a lot of people will create something, anything, and then they'll just copy paste it away and say, that's good, it's probably fine, because they trust it implicitly, right? And then you're going to have them putting red and black web pages on the Mr. Fence page, which is clearly very blue, right? So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we take our expertise and we're double checking what it has us do, right? You want to localize all content. You want it to say all of the different areas. You want it to reference things like materials that are available because of regions or any specific building codes or municipality names or something unique, because that is more helpful in Google's eyes and then gets ranked higher, more prioritized. I said this earlier, don't include PII, personally identifiable information, in your prompts. If it's a public AI tool, do not put people's data in it. Do not drop in your sales sheets and ask it to analyze the data. Do not go in there and ask it to, you know, quote out this specific address using satellite imagery, whatever. Don't do that. Anything that has to do with you or a customer, do not put it into a public tool. If you're paying for the $20 ChatGPT, go for it. If you're not paying and just trying to use the free one, do not do that. In some cases, it will stop you. It will say, hey, this doesn't look like it should go in here. But in most cases, it will just let you do it. And unfortunately, the way that these learning engines work is they will add it to their memory base forever. So then everybody will have access to it. You want to take anything that's low quality and scale it, right? You want to work with a graphic designer or an artist or an editor to make sure that anything that gets generated gets scaled and gets tagged and gets changed, right? You can use it for inspiration, but you cannot use it for pure execution. You'll end up with just too much generic content and you'll have no competitive differentiator over the site next door. And that's what you can't have. You can't get washed away in the mud of generic AI content or you'll perform, right? You need to take it that step further. Near future, we'll have actual AI agents that, you know, do work. They actually sound natural, book appointments with empathy, handle follow-ups across channels. That may be present. I feel like there's some work to get it better. But yeah, it's getting much nearer than it was when I first made this slide. But yeah, it's been changing quite a bit. And then on-device vision, meaning LiDAR and iPhone scans are instantly converting to accurate material takeoffs and 3D visualizations. There's actually a company working with the drone manufacturers to allow you to fly a drone over any property and immediately get all the measurements of everything. That'll be really cool. It's not totally out yet, but it'd be neat. And then the LiDAR phone scanners are already working pretty dang well, but they're just keeping out, right? The biggest thing we're going to learn quickly is how people are going to adapt to the policy of these things. How are they going to force us to label AI content? How are vendors going to have to protect themselves and their clients against AI property? Is AI property able to, if you use AI code for your app, are you able to claim copyright that app if the code is generic from an AI bot? All of those things are being challenged right now in the legal systems, and it will be very interesting to see how they come out. So you have certain companies who are just avoiding using it, and other ones are using it for everything. There's so many AI app builders out there. You can build an app in an afternoon, but then can you own that app? Is it yours? Is it your intellectual property, or can anybody just copy it? That's where we're going to have some real policy discussions coming up really soon. So think back to which trend do you think would 10x your team, right? Auto booking phone agents, one-tap takeoffs, instant reviews, AI creatives. Which of those things do you think would make the biggest difference? And then just trying to think back to how you can implement some of those things, right? And here's that 30, 60, 90-day implementation plan. So days 0 through 30, do these things. 31 through 60, do those things. 61 through 90, optimize those things. It's pretty much how it's broken into. Goal is just, can you reduce your administrative time 30%? I think you can. Whether you increase quote volume or not, something totally different. But can you reduce your busy work? Or you can't mistake feeling busy for being busy. A lot of times we're busy but not productive, trying to do a lot of just nonsense work that a lot of these tools could take off of our plate for us. So these sort of things are things that you can absolutely put into place. Feel free to screenshot it, take a photo, but like I said, I'll send the deck out, make sure Nico has it so he can get it to everybody who has any questions there too. The biggest thing is, like, when you create these proof packs and evidence things, you can use those on your website, right? In your project gallery, create an HOA guide, make a material guide. There's a lot of different ways you can take one piece of content, make it evergreen and more powerful. And that is what I've got. I gave 1 minute back. I did not give you much time back. It is 11:59 my time. So I use 59 of my 60. But yeah, if you reach out, you can get a full copy of the deck. Like, I'll give everything to you, every single slide, every creative example, all that sort of stuff, and make sure that you guys have it. So apologize for a lot of just talking in there, but I had a lot of content to get through in kind of not a short amount of time, but a lot of content for that amount of time. So hopefully that was helpful, and I'll make sure that you guys have this. We also have a lot of new assets I can send to everybody. We created a full social media guide for 2026 and how to take advantage of new trends. Just today, I finished our Google AI readiness checklist. How do you go through and make sure you're fully ready for Google's AI transformation and showing up in AI overviews? Does your site measure up on all these things? So yeah, a lot of these things I'm creating and my team is creating to make sure that you guys have all the resources you need to be successful as a fence company owner. So all that stuff is at your guys' fingertips, client or not of .com. Just ask and we've got it for you. Cool. Any questions, thoughts, concerns? Sorry, I didn't leave any time for questions. I didn't mean to leave 0, but kind of did.
We got a little bit of time. It's okay. I'm only up next. No big deal. No, all seriousness, we do have time. We got questions after. This guy has a lot of information, so don't let it go.
SG just asked for the info. Yep, we'll make sure you get it. Someone just blooped up, I heard, but maybe that was just the chat. mail@985fence.com. Yep, we'll make sure you get it. Oh, check this out. Can I do this? Can I do? Oh, this might actually work. I think I can literally share the entire deck in the chat. It just popped up and asked me. The little AI Gemini thing asked me if I wanted to share the deck.
Oh my god!
And I just hit yes, and there it is.
I just got it. Oh, it says view only request edit. Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, you don't need to edit. You just need to view.
No, I know. Yeah, I was like, perfect.
Yeah, no, but if anybody needs it, yeah, I just share the. It literally was like, "Do you want to do what he said?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then there it was. I was like, I didn't even know it was going to do that.
Oh
so
my!
I learned something new about AI just now. The little
How do I
Gemini.
let us
Like,
save it?
do you
Though?
want to
I
give it
don't
to
lose
them?
the link.
Yeah, it's just a link. You can favorite it, but I'll send it to you guys separate too. So that way
Favorite it.
everybody
That's what you do. Like boom, done.
big. Anytime. Well, thanks. I try to learn a lot so I can teach you back, but the problem becomes there's just so much to learn. It's like drinking from a fire hose, even for me. You know, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty far down the field as far as knowing, but then I'm like, I'm so far behind. I constantly realize how much I don't know. But that's okay. I try to do my best at telling you guys what's practical to know, because there's a lot of stuff to know that is useless. But yeah, what the practical stuff is, I try to pass through where I can. And yeah, let me know if you guys ever need anything one-to-one, separate, AI related. Absolutely something I love talking about, clearly. So yeah, I fly out early tomorrow morning. So are you going down, Nico? Oh, you said as well, so I wasn't sure if you were going. So, fine. I see how it is. So all right. Well, cool. Anytime, guys. If you ever need anything, I'm around. Just let me know.
Thanks,
All
Will.
right. See you guys.
Appreciate it.
Anytime.
What are we getting into next? It's me, right? And yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, how does that work? Boom, boom. And then slideshow got it. So is that how that works? I can't see you guys. All right, time wise, we are going to go until 12:45. And then after that, we're going into margins. I'm probably going to go into margins a little bit early, maybe 12:30. Yeah, we're going to do all three of those then lunch? I'm going to be starving. Well, who's driving? This is normally what I start my presentations off with at the retreat and overdrive and things. It's just a conversation related to this idea that we all are working our asses off to build what we call a business. It just so happens to be that business is installation of fence. But all reality, what I'm going to share with you, it relates to, I think, any business, particularly a service business in particular, but we need to change the mindset of what how we consider our business and who's in control of the business. I say who's driving, like who is really ultimately at the wheel and in control of all the steps. And then at what point of that control are you in that ladder, right? Are you the one driving the car? We're going to use a car as a reference point. I put this picture in here because I was looking to see if we had a who's driving PowerPoint. We did not, but I came across this picture, and it just hit me that like this is probably a great example of where I was in my journey when I didn't understand at all about this concept of who's driving. So I was the guy in that picture that I see a lot of these other younger fence guys that I work with, that I meet and get to learn about your business and get asked oftentimes to give some of my experiences. That's the guy I see in you guys, right? At that age, I was probably around 21 years old, and I thought I was the baddest fence builder on the planet. I really did. At that time, I had just built that custom racked vinyl gate. So that was a Digger Specialties product. They shipped us the gate square, and I had other ideas and built this racked gate. But little did I know, I had no clue what it was like to build a successful business. So I had to learn the hard way. Let me share with you some tips and tricks you guys can use to maybe decrease that stress. As you start to build this business, the fence business, I want you to think about it as your favorite hot rod. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to do this in this. I can't really see all your faces, but I want you to relate your business. So for me, it's Mr. Fence. That's my baby, right? We all know I bleed blue. And so when there's a decision to be made or a process to be created or an image to be projected or a voice to be heard, I want it to be me. I want to be in control of that. And the problem is we end up being very reactive to everything around us and not very proactive almost at all. And I'll relate this to if your hobby is collecting or building a muscle car, for instance, and you build the most badass muscle car on the planet, that muscle car to you is your pride and joy. No different than Mr. Fence is to me, and maybe your fence company is to you. It's your pride and joy. You've built this, you worked your ass off every day in it, and it represents you. So when somebody makes a bad comment to a consumer or a fence doesn't quite meet your quality control when you didn't actually build it, we instantly react and we try to solve and fix that issue. So going back to this muscle car, if I owned for me, it'd be a big truck, right? We all know me. So if it's a big truck, fancy truck, if I took all the time to build that truck, what you'll find is that I'll be very selective on who drives that truck, who's in the driver's seat of that truck, who has the controls of that truck, who is allowed to leave my site, right, with that truck and go drive around town. It's very, very limited. And it's not uncommon to have a conversation with somebody about, their favorite boat, motorcycle, car, airplane, whatever it is to you, that's very dear to your heart. And that item, whatever it is very special, and you don't want to be damaged or hurt. No different than your business reputation. You don't want that to be damaged or hurt. And of course, you want to make sure you're profitable so we don't go broke in the process. So we have a bad habit of not trusting people, which is the same theory of me having a monster truck or a beautiful, very expensive truck. When my wife wanted to drive my truck, I had a little gut feeling like, but really, it's my wife. She can drive my damn truck. But it's like you have that reaction, like, oh man, what if she wrecks it? What if she dings it up? Well, that holds us back, unfortunately. In the business world, especially holds us back. Because I want you to envision if you're the one driving that race car or that muscle car or that truck, you are watching everything around you in your environment. So as you drive down the street, imagine driving that vehicle, you see the stop sign coming, you hit the brake, you stop, you look both ways, and then you continue on. If somebody runs through the intersection, hopefully you see that, you stop, you react, you move, and don't hit that car. But the problem is you can only see that stop sign. Probably can't see the third stop sign down the road because you can only see that one. Speed limit signs and directions, you can't see down the road. I don't know many of us or any of us anymore that drive from one destination to an unknown destination without using Google Maps or Apple Maps or Waze, something that we type the address in and it tells us the best route to get there, and then we just follow the blue line. I don't know too many people that plan a route out these days and have everything pre-planned and go. There's tools for that, right? And we utilize them. But in business, if I'm reactive to everything, there's no time to be proactive. So if I'm driving my business because it's my baby and I want to be in control and everything has to go through me, then I become the bottleneck. I become the threshold of what holds us back. I also become consumed about some of the smaller details that we probably don't need to be worried about. We need to be focused on the bigger plan, but we can get distracted, and I'm very guilty of this, of the small details, of the scratch on that truck. That scratch on that big fancy truck did not change the performance of that truck. That truck would still do whatever it was intended to do day one, but it has a scratch on it, and that has bothered me emotionally, and it causes stress. And then as we get stressed, we make worse decisions. But going back to being in control and not focusing on what's happening immediately. Give you a for instance, in your fence business, if you're worried about what's happening every single hour of the day, how they set the post, how they got to the job site, how they loaded the material, how they did the transition section, did they start on this side of the yard or that side of the yard, all of these pieces, then you don't have the capacity and time to build the business and build a better hot rod, right? So you need to be focusing on how to build a better hot rod or a better vehicle or a stronger vehicle that can accomplish the task that you're looking for. And the only way to do that is to get out of the driver's seat. And so I say, who's driving? If we get out of the driver's seat, a couple things can happen. You don't have to be as reactive to everything around you. You have more time to plan. You can look from let's say a 30,000 foot view at your vehicle. And I want you to think about it almost like a remote control. So now this fancy car, your pride and joy, or my truck, or whatever we're referencing is your business. And you're outside of that now with a remote control. So you still have control. You have control away from the current events that are happening, which means you can put all the inputs you want into the control. So what we want you to think about your business, I really want you to focus on putting inputs that will give you the proper output you want, but they're not immediate. So as you have a remote control, there's going to be a difference. There's going to be a time communication between the controller and whoever is actually driving that truck at the time, or that car, whatever it is. So as we hit the controller, we tell it that we'd like to go 55 miles an hour. We'll go north, and then we're going to stop at that light up there. We're going to turn right. And as you input those processes into your business and say, this is what I want, the communication oftentimes is not very fluid. So we put this plan together with the best information that we had with us from the view we are. We don't always have a good current view of what's happening in the day-to-day. And we tell you, go faster, go slower, here's the plan. The communication comes back up the channel and says, are you sure? Or did you mean? Or what did you say? Or I didn't hear you. Or I understood you to say right and you went left. And now the vehicle that your pride and joy is no longer on the route that you decided it needed to be on at the speeds you want it to be at based on the inputs you put, because of the communication gap that is going to happen as you get out of the driver's seat and you're not the guy building the fence or hanging the gate or loading the truck or selling the job. As you're not that guy, there's going to become a communication gap until you get better at the communication pieces and processes. This is where the wheels fall off the track. I find more often than not is at this point, you have the confidence to get out of the driver's seat. You finally have put somebody in it. You put together a play or a plan and said, this is what we're doing. And you send it. And then that first mistake happens. In other words, they turn left when you said turn right, or they stopped when you said go, or maybe there's a dog that ran out in front of the road and they had to stop and you didn't know why, but you all of a sudden up here saying, well, that's not what I told that car to do. And you run down there to take over the controls. And then you do that, you put out that fire or deal with that situation at the expense of that we're not planning for the next turn, or the next turn, or the next turn. And so as soon as we fix that little fire, or that problem, or that issue that we had, we have another one on the horizon. So no sooner than give the keys back to the guy and say, now do what I told you to do, and you go back up to the plan, we have another chaos piece happening because we didn't take our time away from the driver's seat long enough and stay focused long enough to prevent the next problem or the next fire. Great example of we often call ourselves firefighters in the fence industry, or just in small business service industry in general, because generally we started as the technician at the craft and eventually grew the company to where we're no longer the technician of the craft, but we're a damn good firefighter. We can go fix whatever issue is happening better than anybody on our team. And every time we do that, we handicap our team from learning the same experience that you have, because you've had that fire before. They need to have that fire. So the challenge is when that miscommunication happens or the lack of experience happens and there's a mistake or an error, we have to resist the urge of jumping in that driver's seat, taking over the controls, grabbing the wheel, flipping the vehicle around, getting it back on track, and then throwing the keys back at the person that we intended to drive the vehicle. Because at that point, we have taken away trust. We've shown them that we lost trust in them. We've also shown them that it's okay, I'll fix it for you. if there's a problem, and we've decreased their learning. I mean, we learn the most when we fail, but if we prevent the failure or constantly fix it, then that team member becomes reliant on that piece, right? So by default, by us being badass firefighters, all we do is create more and more problems or more fires that'll continue to happen. And all of a sudden you're in this vicious cycle and you're working your ass off trying to put out those fires. And I got to also pre-plan and build the process and build this business to where it'll do what I want it to do. Instead of focusing on your hot rod or your vehicle or your truck, whatever you want to call it, your business, and figuring out, do I want to put better tires on that truck? Do I want to put a better motor in that truck? Maybe I want to focus on it being more efficient. So we put a more fuel efficient motor. Maybe I want to put a lift kit so I can get over more anomalies. Whatever. You need to look at your business as every single piece that you invest into the business to make it better. It's no different than a fancier paint job or a fancier a tune on a race car. You're making that car perform better at an expense. It's costing you money to do that. But you're making that car. You made a decision. I want to put better gears in the back of that in the rear end. Okay, great. Time and effort go into doing that, and cost and expense, and your output, you're hoping is going to be better fuel mileage or whatever that is. But you're making that decision on that unit, right? So I need you to focus on the business and making decisions to get the outputs you want, and resist the urge of jumping in the driver's seat and taking over control when the first problem happens. Oftentimes I'll say, when you make this decision to get out of the driver's seat, you got to let that first fire burn. And that's the hardest part, get over that first hump. In other words, when the team makes the first mistake, you got to let them own it, and you got to let them earn it. You got to let that fire burn. Maybe they put the fence in upside down. Okay, let them deal with it, right? As long as it doesn't cost you time and mind space from that, you let them learn that lesson to the best that you possibly can, without burning the company down. And oftentimes, nothing's as big of a deal as we think it is, really. Like, most of it's small stuff. We just make it a bigger deal than it actually is. But once you start to get out the mindset that you're getting out of the driver's seat, you're putting people in right positions on the bus, and they're driving and they're performing based upon the standards you gave them, or the plan you gave them, or the skill set you gave them, the training you gave them, and the equipment you gave them, then you start to focus on, if I want this vehicle to perform, this business to perform better, how do I do that? Well, I need it to go faster or left or whatever. You start putting inputs in. This is where you have control of your business, especially the pricing and where you are in your market. It isn't necessarily, I'm going to charge X because they are charging X. You got to build your hot rod or your business, and that is your expense. That's your overhead, and that's your tool. That's your machine. And as you perfect your machine, it's going to cost you more or less money to run that machine, and your output's going to change. So you start focusing on, if you need to be lower your price in your market, you got to find ways to be more lean, either more efficient with your crews, better equipment, buy material, better purchase power, or spend less money on overhead expenses like shirts and advertisements, or insurance, or lights, or give backs. There's just so many things in the expense world that we do have control over. We make decisions, cognitive decisions on, I would like that, or we make the decision not to do an advertisement, thinking that's our best investment, is to save the money. And the reality of it is that little bit of investment in advertising could give us the gross revenue that would launch us to where we need to be to make the expense appropriate percentage-wise, okay? Overhead costs. So when I say who's driving, to recap this, I want you thinking through that and saying, we don't necessarily, as a entrepreneur spirit business owner, we got to get you out of the driver's seat. You can't be the guy with the tool belts on. You've heard this before, right? Work in your business. Are you working in your business or on your business, right? So in your business is in the driver's seat. On your business is outside working on your business. We hear this all the time. I'm trying to put it in the perspective of maybe something that you can relate to as a vehicle or a hot rod or something that's special to you. You have to have the trust to put somebody else in there, and then you've got to create a plan and a process to get the output from that vehicle or your company that you're looking for. If you are a, let's say, craftsman, owner, operator, and that's where you want to be. You want to be on every job site and you want to scale, that to the best of your ability. That's fantastic. We need owner operators. We need craftsmen, but that's not really a scalable business because you are the threshold. You are all of it. You can get people to help you, but you're going to be all of it, right? So you've got to make a decision that you either want to be an entrepreneur spirit business where it runs without you, where you can leave for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, and the business continues running. If that's your goal, then you have to remove yourself from as many of the processes as possible. And as you do that, you're going to probably see a deficiency in whatever process you hand over at first. Ultimately, the goal is to find people that can do it better than you, and then they perform better than you ever did at whatever set task that you've hired them. But at first, generally, we go backwards before we go forward, where it always gets worse before it gets better, generally. But if that's your goal, is to be an entrepreneur, you got to get out of the way. I'll give you another analogy to think about. Maybe this will help it click for you. Think about your business, and everything that has to do with your business is running on a conveyor belt in your shop. And I mean, like, who are we buying our phone system from? Who are we buying insurance from? Who are we buying our materials from? How are we going to advertise? What color is our company going to be? Where should our location be? When should I hire a salesperson? I mean, I could go on for days on a number of decisions that need to be made and the things that need to be done every day. I got to process the material for this job order. I got to get this job packet processed. We got to get this job in the ground, whatever. I put fuel in these trucks. I will clean the yard. All of these tasks are on this conveyor belt that runs nonstop, runs 24/7. If you can imagine everything on in your company on that conveyor belt, you have two positions you can say in relationship to the conveyor belt. Most owner operators stand at the very end of the conveyor belt, and it's coming right at them. And so all of these tasks are coming at them, and they're just deflecting and delegating everything off that conveyor belt. They might take task or two with themselves, but they're touching, feeling, seeing, and reacting to everything on the conveyor belt. Typically, that's an owner-operator journey that we see. And as that conveyor belt starts going faster and faster and faster, it becomes almost humanly impossible to take everything off the conveyor belt with any intention, at least. Like, you might just be throwing things, but you didn't look at anything, you didn't put any input, and it's real at that point. You're doing no positive. You're just a cog in a wheel and a problem at this, a liability at this point, right? But now imagine taking a step to the side and changing your relationship to that conveyor belt. Conveyor belt's still running with all these decisions and all these things that have to happen every single day. All this stuff is going on. But now you're parallel to it. It no longer runs through you, it runs by you. And so everything's going by you. Nothing on that conveyor belt do you have to touch. Everything on that conveyor belt you can touch. So you can pull something off the conveyor belt, inspect it, look at it, process it, make a decision about it, and put it back on there. But that thing is running the whole time. And whatever one piece you pull off, you focus on that piece, you put it back on the belt, and it goes back down the line. Right? So if we can make that mind shift, if you want to get to an owner-operator, or I'm sorry, an entrepreneur spirit business, you got to step off the conveyor belt. You got to get off the line. And you got to put people at the end of the line that's going to catch all those pieces or processes. I mean, Justin got done talking about AI. There's a ton of that stuff can be done by AI. If you're a lot smarter than me, there's guys doing a fantastic job utilizing AI right now for those tasks off that conveyor belt. You need to limit the tasks that you're responsible for yourself and delegate as much as you possibly can and focus on creating the most lean and efficient machine you possibly can that will do the output you want. Maybe your goal is not to be a $10 million company. Maybe your goal is to be a $2 million revenue company that specifically does this type of fence in this area at these margins. Fantastic. How do we go about that? Well, the first step is we eliminate the shit that's not on that list. Like, don't advertise that we do gate operators if that's not what we want to do. Don't advertise that we want to do chain link. Don't even take those jobs. Don't even bid those jobs. Be very intentional about who you want to be and how you want to get that done. Focus on the output, right? What is the end result? It could be profit you're looking at, and it could be gross revenue you're looking at. It could be a stress level you're looking at. Whatever that is, decide what that needs to look like in the end and work backwards from that, create that process into play that ultimately is going to give you the output. It's not going to be easy. I can tell you from my experience, I've made lots of decisions to build a process and put something in play. It worked great at first, and then it fell apart, primarily or oftentimes because I'm focusing on something else, and then that falls apart. I go back and refocus. There are times where I have made some great plays or great plans that even today work fantastic, but it's a continuous cycle. Focus on something, put a play in place, and let it go. I love this piece of advice. I heard it many, many years ago, and it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, you need to be very intentional about what you're focusing on and put that time and effort into that specific set task. If you try to do too much at one time, spread yourself too thin, nothing gets done, right? Everything gets done half-assed. So put 100% focus in what you're working on right in front of you and try to get rid of the noise, but you have to be intentional about what you're focusing on. Try to just so I'm sorry for the word, but you got to work hard against getting distracted, I guess there's a better word for it. Getting distracted from all the shiny things. I'm very guilty of that, all the shiny stuff or new ideas and going and chasing those things. Let's be very intentional and focus on what we're looking to achieve in that goal. So get out of the driver's seat, build a plan, execute the plan, wash and repeat that, look at the results, and make tweaks to it and continue on. That is who's driving. I'm at 28 minutes of pretty close. I want to open it up and see if anyone's got questions, ideas, comments. Does that help you understand a little bit more about the concept of getting out of the driver's seat, being a better focus on owner or entrepreneur spirit business? So the one about finding the people to do the work, right, or to do the task, to do the doing that we're talking about, I think it comes down to focusing more effort on creating the process that even, this is a crude, even a monkey can do it. Like, how can we make the process, and this is, you see this all around me, and focusing on fencing, right? So you look at everything I'm doing in fencing, I'm focusing on trying to make the process easier or less stressful or less skillful necessarily to open up the bandwidth of people that are capable of doing the project, performing the task. There we go. We're opening up the bandwidth of a number of people that can perform that said task. If we make the task complicated, then we're going to limit the number of people that can qualify to perform that task. And so I think that's a focus needs to be. And if they don't, the first part of that was, what if they don't want to grow to 15 people or whatever, 30 people? That's fantastic. I said that owner operators are needed and they can be very profitable. Owner operators can absolutely be very profitable. You just got to understand that as an owner operator, your capacity or your output, I don't know of an owner operator that is doing $3 to $4 million a year on themselves. Like, the output doesn't math out, right? It doesn't math out. So figure out where you need to be. Maybe you only need to make $100,000 a year. That's what your goal is, what you want to put in your pocket at the end of the year. A single operator, that's very easy to do. Like, that's easy. Okay. You want to put $1 million of net profit in your pocket every single year? Tell me how you can do that. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that in the fencing world, building fence, that's possible, maybe, right? I think we had a question from John.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly to ask it, and I don't even know if it pertains to this in general. But like, so I mean, like growing aspect. I've been an owner operator for years, and sorry, my Alexa's going on. how would you handle a situation where you have somebody who you want to take to a different role, but you're finding out that they will only be just a laborer to you?
Mhm. So acknowledging that's the truth, and use that information. So oftentimes we don't want to believe it, or we don't want to own it, and we want to ignore the fact. Like, that is the fact, then utilize that as the best laborer you can ever have, right? But if you try to put a square peg in a round hole, I think is what they're saying. Like, I have a great partner or friend or laborer that's fantastic at that, but I'd love for him to do this, run the business or be a salesman, right? But if he don't have the capacity for it, desire, either mental capacity or even the willingness to do it, then we can't be naive and say, and put him in that square peg in that round hole. I have tried this so many times of trying to shove a square peg in the round hole because I can make it fit, damn it. And I need somebody in that square peg hole. I don't need it over here. And that has just never worked out. The moment I take that person and find the hole that they're made for, even if I don't need that person in that position at that moment in time, I've been more successful in getting those people in their right seat in the bus and still having the cavity elsewhere, even though that's hard. Like having a hole, there's no one to put in a square hole. I need that hole filled, but all I have is round pegs. You're better off putting the round peg in the round hole, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. No, that I get that. Thank you.
It sucks. I got millions of examples of people, my loved ones and family and friends, and I've tried to put them in positions, and you just create stress in their life and yours. It's not really a win-win. So nothing else. Everybody else feels good. Anyone in here, owner, operator, and wants to live there? Like, not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just curious. There's a no. Jonathan says no. Okay. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, there's times I have thought about it. Like, I have thought about how much less stressful it would be if I was an owner operator and all I did was aluminum fence twice a week. That's it. I don't need an office. All I need is my one truck, one lay down yard. If I had those 2 aluminum jobs once a week, 300-foot jobs, I would probably work 2 half days and maybe make more money than I do now. Possibility. It wouldn't work for Sean King because I would be bored. What do you say? Oh yeah, sometimes. He said sometimes he misses being owner operator, right? Sometimes you miss just getting out, going to build the fence, and then coming home and being done. But there was very few days of that in the beginning for me. That little picture I showed you, that guy in the beginning, there was a whole lot more days of me stressing about how I was even going to pay the rent or replace the equipment or pay the bill. Like I couldn't do it as an owner operator. It was never easy for me. Cool. Let's go to margins so we can get this moving so we can get some lunch done today. What do you think? Is that good? Any objections to that? We do have a slideshow for that, right? Mm-hmm. Let me see. I should be able to. Oh, I got to open it up first. I guess if I presented it, it would probably be better so I can control the slides. So, okay. Which one are we using? I got a 2024. Got it. Cancel chat. Boom. Got it. Open it up. Well, that was easy. Slideshow. Let me share it to you guys real quick. Go. Now hit slideshow. Did I get it? I'm like a professional. All right. Markups versus margins. Let's see what I can do here. What's my time on this one? 45 more? 30? 45? We got this.
Hey, I'm not seeing what you're sharing over here, Sean.
Nico, you can see it, right? Oh. Okay. Let me stop sharing. I'll try it again.
All right.
You see me now, right?
Yeah, I see you.
Okay.
I think it's because we had the screen on full screen. So try it again.
All right. What about, hold on. That's not right. Right now.
Yeah, that's it. Money.
Bam. You say you have it?
Yes, sir. Money, dude.
Money, dude. All right. Let's we got audio on this. I got this little funny little skit I always start with. And I use this skit because to me, it reminds me of like the daily cash flow of our fence business, my fence business. Like, this is what happens daily. How come it won't go? So hope you have audio. Turn it up. If not, you're gonna need to listen to this. I want you to tell me how many dollars went south in this skit.
Hello.
Oh damn, that's my fault. Don't press buttons, John King. Slideshow. Here we go.
Hello. You gave me too much money. Huh? Not going to cost all this. Have you got 2 10s for a 5? Just so happen to have it. That's it. Now. That Elizabeth, I like her. She's a regular scalp, that's why. There's a woman that knows her stuff. Now, let's see, the bag is still in there. The bag is around here somewhere. Look, you know where it is? Just a minute. Right, what's wrong? Just a minute. $15 went south. You gave me a lot of your fast talking. Take it easy. Have you got 2 10s for 5? And me, like I said, I give you 2 10s for 5 over there. Wait a minute. Are you accusing me of cheating? No, but you got 2 10s. Here's your 5. Give me back my 2 10s. Now get... What's better? Keep quiet. Sorry. I mean, here's 2 10s. Give me a 5. You did it to me. You did it again.
It's great stuff. That's like a daily battle every day. How come I go to the next one?
Hello.
What is going on? That's like the daily battle every day of where the cash went, right? So like we think we're doing great, all of a sudden we make bonehead decisions on selling jobs less than we should have. That's typically what's happening. You think we're going to make money, thought it was a good deal, and then when it does so, it's like, oh shit, I'm better off I've not even done that job. So my goal is to identify some key terms. If you haven't heard these before, pay attention. These are some very important terminology we're going to use so you better understand the whole principle behind margins and markups and why you should be watching them and using them appropriately. So we're going to identify what a margin is, what a markup is, and what a gross margin is. And a gross margin is oftentimes referred to by QuickBooks as gross profit. I believe gross profit's a fake number. It should never be utilized. So I don't want you to think of gross margins as gross profit. They're gross margins. Overhead costs, or overhead, and then direct cost. And then the reason why we're in business, I would hope everyone here, is to make net profit or real profit, or I would say the only profit that you should be worried about is what's left over after you paid your direct costs and after you paid your overhead. Direct costs and overhead is what's left over is the net. So gross profit doesn't exist, in my opinion. Get rid of that. Don't have those conversations with other people telling you make X gross profit, because it's not a profit. You got to pay your overhead out of that. Every one of us has overhead. We'll also determine the sales price using a known margin, which is my preference. I'm going to prove to you it's easier, safer, more accurate to use a margin instead of a markup, but how using a markup can lead to lost profits. Almost, it could be 100% of your profits are lost by simply making a miscalculation with the markup. And it's easy to do. We're going to talk about how to estimate accurately and confidently. We have, in our industry, it's very common for people to say, oh, I got to get my prices down lower, or so-and-so's beating me by 10%, or I'm the highest priced guy in town. There's a lot of referencing to other people in pricing in your area. I hear that people reference their price compared to somebody else's. But if I can prove to you a confident way you can price your jobs, so confidently that if someone says to you, a consumer says your price is too high, your first thought is, no, their price is too low, right? Because I know my numbers very, very well, better than most of them. And so I'm the standard and they're the deviation from the standard. Because most fence companies do a poor job of pricing out their projects. I've read somewhere the SBA believes the number one reason small businesses fail in their first year or fail in the beginning is literally the not understanding the difference between a markup and a margin. Most new entrepreneurs, new into business, have heard the word markup for so long that it's their go-to when I talk about charging for a product. We'll just mark it up. And then ready, skip, set, go, Sean King style. I'm going to try to speak as slowly as possible, but I have a bad habit of rushing through this stuff. So put your hand up, ask for better explanation, because if you didn't understand something, probably somebody else did not either. But the biggest difference between a markup and a margin is one's a multiplier and one's a divider. So one's division, one's multiplication. Okay, that's really the difference. They're just mathematical equations, but one has more steps to it, and one has a skewed number, which is not a 1-for-1 ratio. I'll explain what I mean by that later, but my mind is very hard for us to know what markup to be using to get the output that we want. So some key terms that we're going to be talking about. Let's say here, direct costs. Direct costs are going to be all of the money you have paid for products left behind at the consumer's house and for manpower utilized at the consumer's house. So direct costs are things that you can definitely say, I bought that 2x4 from Mrs. Jones and I paid that guy to be there for 10 hours at that house. So as long as you can say, definitively determine how much money you spent for any one of those pieces at a homeowner's house, that's a direct cost. That's in my opinion. There are some other things you could put arguably in direct costs, but it's clean and neat as you can keep it. There's a lot of benefits to keeping the direct costs very clean and neat. Go ahead, Carter.
All right, so we've had some guys this week explain how when they needed a tool, right, they just put out as a direct cost in the job. I try to explain, but need you to explain that a little bit better than I can.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we had to go build a fence for Mrs. Jones and I had to buy a new nail gun to build that fence for Mrs. Jones, if that nail gun was only ever going to be used at Mrs. Jones' house, cool, direct cost. I give it to you. I would cost as direct cost. But if that nail gun is going to be used for the next 50 jobs in its life cycle, then Mrs. Jones charging that gun to Mrs. Jones is it's garbage in, garbage out. We're skewing the numbers dramatically, and we have inaccurate bids to our consumer. Remember, I want to show you how to accurately and confidently bid a project, what it's going to take for you to build that project, and know within confidence where you need to be. Now, if you want to charge more money to Mrs. Jones and recoup the cost of that gun in the first job, great. But I want you to make sure you know your numbers very, very well, and that gun is going to be used on multiple jobs. And it's going to be very hard for you to determine, is it 50 jobs you're going to use that gun on by the lifespan? Is it 100? So if the gun costs you $100 and you use it on one job, that gun costs $100 on that job. Use it on 2 jobs, it's $50 per job. If you use it on 4 jobs, it's $25. And if you use it on 10 jobs, it's $10. But you don't know how many jobs you're going to use it on. So that gun becomes an expense, kind of. I mean, the government looks at it as that's an asset you're buying, and they want you to count it as net profits, pay them taxes on it, buy it, put it on the balance sheet. But some of the small pieces of equipment we're talking about, we can put them under small tools and expense them out because they're probably going to be broke or used up in a relatively short period of time. I'm not a CPA. Talk to them about how you depreciate that. But technically, it's an asset. It's definitely not a direct cost to the consumer if you're using it on more than one job. So the direct cost, keep it as clean and neat. I'll prove to you why later. If you just keep it as clean and neat as possible, it's going to make the math out later as accurately and possible and confidently. So direct cost is what you relate to that job site. Okay. Overhead. Overhead are those items that you cannot definitively put your finger on and say, I spent $22 of my insurance money from general liability insurance at this house. Or I spent X amount of dollars on advertisement at this house. There's no way. Or the lighting bill or the gas bill. There's no way. Fuel is another one. A lot of people like to put fuel in direct costs, but the problem with fuel and direct costs is I don't know down to the penny how much money I spent on the fuel that we used at that homeowner's house. All I know is that we drove the trucks there. We might have used, 10 gallons, but I'm making an assumption and I'm rounding it up. So if I can't tell you exactly how much is going to be used at that house, then I got to put it in overhead. So overhead's all those extra expenses that we don't really see until you go back to your checking account and reconcile the 2 or 3 months. You're going to see all these things you paid for that were not direct costs. Those are all overhead. So phones, repairs, insurance, so many things. The margin is the difference between what you sold the $10,000 project to Mrs. Jones and the direct costs coming out of it. So if I sold it for $10,000 and it cost me $5,000 in material and direct labor, manpower on the site, okay, then the margins was left over from the $10,000 and the $5,000, and stated in a percentage, it would be in this case 50%. $10,000 sold, $5,000 in cost, labor, and material together. That is a $5,000 gross margin dollar value, or a 50% margin. And that 50% margin is what's left over to be used for overhead and profit. And we'll get into that in a minute. A markup, however, is the amount added to the direct cost to get to the selling price. Okay. Often as a percentage, like a 35% markup or a 40% markup is what people talk about. And so that's the amount of money added to the original cost of goods or direct cost to get the selling price. All right. The dollar amount, it would be the same between the markup and the margin, but the percentage is where it's really skewed. I said earlier, it's not a 1-for-1. I have a graph. I'll show it to you here in a minute. It'll show you the relationship between a margin and a markup, and they are not equal the percentage-wise. The dollar amount might be the same, but the percentage amount is completely different because a margin is of the grand total and a markup is of the direct cost, percentage-wise. 2 different dollar amounts. So go back to the $10,000 job for Mrs. Jones. A margin is 50% of the $10,000. A markup still will be 50%, or be 100%, I'm sorry, on the cost of goods, or the direct cost was $5,000 in labor and material. How do we get that $5,000 to $10,000? It's a 100% markup. So a markup of 100%, a margin of 50%, those are 2 totally different numbers. And used inaccurately, you lose all your profit. So the net profit, or the real profit, or only profit, is what's left over out of the gross revenue after you pay direct costs, after you pay overhead, before tax, depreciation, and insurance and interest and all of that stuff. Net profit is what's left over after you paid for the materials, you paid for the guys, you paid for all the bills in the night, the overhead, and that's what's left over. So key terms here. These are some terms you should really know very, very well. If someone asks you what your margin is, you need to know it. Someone asks you what is overhead, you need to be confident about what overhead is. These are very important pieces of the puzzle as you work hard to build the best hot rod you possibly can and make a money-making machine. I'm going to put this in some rough, I think, easy numbers to follow. So this company, Profit Fence Company, I think it's a cool name. It would tell our customers that we are definitely in to make profit. So a Profit Fence Company, this is our 2023 yearly budget projections. So I want you guys to think this in relative terms to 2026 for you, as if you were making a plan for your 2026. I'm going to use round numbers here so you can follow the math. The gross revenue goal for the 2023 for this company would be to do a total of $1 million. Gross revenue is the total dollars that you've done for that entire year. All the money paid to you. All the direct labor paid out on all the jobs for the entire year is estimated to be $130,000. That would be taking all the guys working for you, all the hours that they work, and what they would pay over the course of a year, and making an estimation out that they would cost approximately $130,000, or in this case, 13% of the $1 million, 13% of the 100% of sales. The materials, in this case, would be estimated to be $450,000, or 45% of the 100% of sales, or 45% of the million. I did this so it's easy to see. 450,000 is 45% of $1 million. The gross margin is what is left over from the gross revenue minus the 130,000 minus the 450,000. That's your direct labor and materials. Gives us gross margin, or a gross margin of 42%. Some people call that gross profit. I want to urge you not to call that gross profit. That is a gross margin. 42%. Out of the 42%, we got to pay for all the other stuff: education, our travel expenses, our insurance, our light bill, office personnel, advertising, fuel cost, all that stuff. And in this case, they're budgeting to spend $320,000 to operate their business. And that has nothing to do with actually building fence. Like, just everything that has everything to do with building your hot rod so that you're able to build that fence. So in this case, it's 32% of their sales, leaving them a planned profit of 10% net before tax and depreciation, interest, and insurance, which leaves them at $100,000. Easy math to follow. $100,000 of 1 million is 10%. Okay. The 42% gross margin minus the 32% overhead leaves you with 10%. You should be able to follow the math on that. They have a gross margin of 42%, and that's to cover the overhead and the net. So the gross margin covers the overhead and the net. That's the point I'm trying to get across here. And raise your hand if that doesn't make sense. But if you're tracking, you're in a good spot. All right. So what is my markup? If my gross margin, same company, my gross margin is $420,000. That's the money left over to pay the overhead and the net in the previous example I just showed you. The direct cost is the labor and the material added together. It was $130,000 in labor. It was $450,000 in materials. Those add up to be $580,000. If you add the $580,000 and the $420,000, we get back to $1 million. So we didn't do any fancy math there. If we divide the gross margin by the direct costs, we get a markup of 72.4%. So in order for this company to be successful and sell the jobs that they need to sell them for, they would need to sell at a 72.4% markup. So the direct costs, which includes labor and material, they would have to take that times 0.72 and add that to their direct cost, or take their labor and material added together times 1.724, and that would be the selling price to Mrs. Homeowner. And this is where most of the mistakes happen, because most people think of the 42% margin and say, oh, I need to make a 42% markup. And they'll take the $580,000 times 0.42 or times 1.42, and they will not get $1 million. They'll be short by a lot. Therefore, broke. So a 72% markup on direct costs will give you a 42% margin. Let me show it to you. We're going to take a job. The direct costs on this job are $7,500. That's labor and material. That's the cost for the guys on the job site. That's the cost for the material left at the homeowner's house. All right, 7,500 times 0.72 equals $5,400 in markup. This is using the markup properly. This is if you use it properly. Take the 7,500 direct costs plus the $5,400 markup, gives us a bid price to Mrs. Homeowner for $12,900. That's what we need to sell the job to be able to pay the direct costs, that's material labor, be able to pay the portion of overhead that that job should be paying, it's all percentage, and have leftover profit. Unfortunately, this is using a margin of 42%. Overhead 32%, net profit at 10 is the margin of 42%. If we take the 100% sales cost, we minus the 42% margin, we get a COGS, or a cost of goods, or a direct cost percentage of 58%. All we take is 100% minus the 42 left over to pay overhead and net, means that the original direct cost has to be 58%. If we take the direct cost of $7,500 and divide it by 0.58, our COGS, we get $12,931 bid price. So the two I just showed you both have $12,900 approximately bid price, and they both are accurate. Both of these ways are accurate. This is the way I propose you do it, because we can quickly identify what your COGS is and divide by that. We call it a magic number, which I'll get into in a minute. At this point, is anyone confused? I've showed you how to use markup and margin properly. I haven't showed you yet how it's misused. I want to pause. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, comments, ideas? Clarification needed maybe by anybody in the group? Let me know. No? I don't see the comments right now. So we have Aloha Fence. Josh Rand, my friend. Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure we're dividing by the magic number, and we got to figure that out, what you're going to get into. Because if you don't know that, then it's hard to know. Something.
Yeah. Yes, sir. The magic number and the COGS percentage are the same. I just coined it the magic number to make it easier for fencers to understand. If I tell you guys to divide by the reciprocal of your margin, I lose everybody. So
Divided by, so
COGS.
Cost of goods sold divided by 0.61 in my case is my magic number. Like a year ago, I need to reconcile that, but actually for sure, because my shop space is way more this year than it was last year. So
that's right. So your magic number may go up, may go down. Just because you spend more money in expenses doesn't necessarily mean that magic number goes one way or the other, because it's in relationship to the percentage of COGS of the overall picture. So as your revenue goes up and down, that has a lot of impact to do with what your magic number is going to be. And we'll cover more of that in the matrix later. But right now, the focus is understanding that COGS is a known percentage we can figure out. Okay. And if we know what that is supposed to be, we can just reverse and divide it. I'll give you, for instance, just to prove a point. If I know that my labor rate is going to be 13% for the year, or I want it to be 13% for the year, and I know that my labor rate is going to be $130,000, you can divide that by the 13% and get to $1 million. Like you can literally, if you only know the labor of a job, you can almost get close to a bid price by dividing by that number. Or if you only know the material cost, you're not really sure the labor, but you know it's going to work out to be normal labor percentage-wise, then you can divide by the known percentage that material cost needs to be. For instance, if you want your material cost to be 45% and you have a job that's $8,000, you divide that job by the 0.545%. It'll tell you what you need to sell the job for approximately, pretty close. And then the rest of the buckets, as long as they fall in line percentage wise, you only have 100%. So I might have confused some of you guys on that, but the cool part is you can divide by any known percentage. Carter, go ahead.
You put 10% profit margins in your equation there. Is that just an anticipated number? Like, how did you come up with that percentage?
So I think what you just said, a little background noise, but I think what you just said was I had put a planned profit of $100,000 in there. And how did I know that? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So that I'm glad, man, am I glad you brought that up, because that we need to talk about that. Before you set your plan for 2026, I challenge every single one of you to write down right now how much money you want to make next year. Like, if you aren't thinking about that and putting a number on a piece of paper or an Excel sheet or in your mind, you're already starting behind. I can help you if you would tell me, Sean, I want to make 50,000. I want to make 500,000. I want to make 2 million, whatever that number is. If we start with the end in mind, it's a lot easier to go backwards from that known number. So I want planned profit. You guys have probably heard that before, but I want to start with the end in mind. And the best question to ask yourself before you build the plan is, how much money do I need to make, or I want to make? And then I work backwards. I can say, well, Sean, I want to make $250,000. I've had people tell me this before, and they're owner operators. Okay, let's work backwards. You want to make $250,000. All right, next thing we got to figure out is what your overhead expense is as a whole year. And you tell me my overhead for the entire year is $300,000. Okay, so now we have $300,000 in overhead that we have to pay for the year. Plus, you want to make $250,000. Add them together, it's $550,000. We got to have leftover after we buy materials and pay all of our labor, or $550,000 as a percentage of 100%. What number do we want that to be? You got to throw some numbers at the other buckets. We got 4 buckets: labor, material, overhead, and profit. If we know 2 of the buckets, not hard to figure out. If we know what we want to make and we know what our overhead cost is going to be, you should be able to figure that overhead for the year. If you know those 2 numbers approximately, then it's not hard to figure out the other 2 percentages for the other buckets need to be equal 100%. So we work backwards and say, there's no way your materials on a job site are ever going to be 20%. Let's go ahead and start with a number that might make some sense. Let's try 40%. And then we look at our labor and say, there's no way we can build the fence for 5% labor. We don't want to pay 25% labor. Let's try 20%. So now we're 60% in COGS, which means that 40% has to be spent on overhead and net profit. Now, this is what's cool. $550,000 needs to be 40% of something. Okay, because you got 60% COGS. So all we do is take the $550,000, divide it by the 40%. Is that what I just said? Yeah, 40%. 550,000 divided by 0.4 means I have to sell $1.375 million of work and get it in the ground with those known buckets of money for that plan for me to make $250,000 in that plan, in that way. Can control my overhead and make sure my material costs do not go over 40 and make sure my labor does not go over 20. Is that what I said? It's a long answer, but I bet there's other people who are thinking similar to what you're talking about. And planning for profit is one of the most important steps. That make sense? I hope.
Yeah, we're tracking now.
Okay. Super fantastic. All right. Here's the graph I told you I was going to give you. Take a picture of it, write it down. This is crazy. This is just math. I'm not making this up. You can prove me wrong if you want to, but look at the margins comparatively to the markup and look how crazy out of alignment they are. So if you're a guy that's thinking, oh, I'm making a 40% markup, or I'm making a 50% markup, or a 30% markup, or so, I mean, I hear people say, well, I make 30% profit. No, you don't. No, you don't. You know what I mean? You do not. If you look at these correlation of these numbers on that list, you have one point where they make some sense to us. 50% margins, 100% markup. Most of us can relate to that. That makes sense. But did you know that 66% margin was a 200% markup? Most people don't know that. Or a 70% is a 333% markup. To go 4 percentage points in margin, do you see the markup went 133%? Now you see why it's so crazy for you in your mind to pick what appropriate markup percentage to be using to get the known output. Your profit and loss statement, your QuickBooks statement, and any other accounting statement you use, and with your taxes, your IRS, everything is in relationship to the grand total revenue. It's all computed by margin. The only thing we know is margin. There's nothing in QuickBooks that tells you that you're at a 40 on your profit and loss statement that you're at a 40% markup. That only thing on that sheet, if you hit show percentages, is a percentage of the gross revenue. So all of the data given back to us that we look at for financials is a margin. Then why the heck are we using a markup that's a skewed number to try to get a known number that's a markup or a margin? I'm so sorry. That's crazy. So most of us operate in the fence industry in that 33% to 40% margin, which a 33% margin is a 50% markup. That means you would take your COGS and mark it up by 1.5. Okay. I would love to see you guys at a 50% margin or above in the fence industry. Here recently, especially this year, I have been thinking about like, what's the top 3 piece of advice I would give to any young or newer, or basically any fence business in our industry. I can tell you the top number 1 piece of advice I would give anyone that's listening to this right now. Number 1 thing you can do to increase your net profit over buying any equipment or going to any training or putting in any sort of type of fence or any type of advertisement, the number 1 thing you can do is raise your prices. Period. End of story. End of story. The number 1 thing you can do is raise your prices. The number 2 thing you can do to be more profitable is to decrease your offering, decrease your selections, decrease the products that you offer, dramatically decrease them. So sell less options and increase the price per option. And then the third thing you can do that will help you the most out of anything else is to know and understand or use your numbers. It's a very vague statement. People say, know your numbers, but know what about my numbers and do what with those numbers. Okay. I'm showing you, if you focus on learning what your margin is and you focus on building your hot rod and you put things into 4 buckets that equal 100%, labor, material, overhead, and net profit, and you focus on calculating that job after job after job, month after month after month, quarter after quarter after quarter, year after year after year, you start to get really smart about knowing your numbers and how you can influence those numbers. So top 3 things you guys can do, is a little bonus here, is raise your prices, offer less, and know your numbers. Okay. I'll challenge anyone in this group, and I continuously I've never been challenged, but I'll openly accept the challenge. I have never ever met or heard of
Unknown caller.
a fence business that has gone out of business because they charge too much money. Not one. Never heard of it. Well, they were too high priced for not business. But I can tell you a laundry list of ones that have gone out of business because they didn't charge enough money. So fear, literally the acronym for fear, can be false expectations appear real, F-E-A-R. And this is a great example of it. False expectations is we think we're going to go out of business because we're charging too much money. So in return, we're going to do the very one thing that will put us out of business. Is not charge enough money. So the one thing we're scared of has never happened, which is charge more money. But instead, we're going to do the one thing we see everyone that got out of business for, is not charge enough. It's crazy. So even if it's 1% or 5%, just charge more money at the end of the day and get up that higher margin. So I'll get off my soapbox here for a minute, but that is a key piece to the puzzle. Oftentimes we try to beat up our suppliers, have our guys work faster, look for thriftier ways to build fence because we're just scared to confidently bid a project for the appropriate amount of money and charge more money. When you raise your price, you will lose some customers, but the ones that were going to buy from you anyways, generally buy from you anyways. And the ones you lose, you make up because you made the money up on the jobs you did. It's less work, more money. It's crazy. Okay, so markup margins and markup dollars are the same when we're talking about dollars. It's just clearly here you can see the percentage is different. Yeah, Nico. Yeah, so I didn't say significantly, right? I said raise your prices. And so when I say raise your prices 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%, that's not significant in my mind, not at all. And so do it and then let it play out for a while. And then maybe a few months later, you might do another 2% increase. And then there may be another one. And you watch, if you're tracking your capture ratio, you're tracking your conversion from leads to appointments. And then capture ratio, which is the appointments you gave a quote to selling a job, you need to be tracking that. There's a relationship there. If we're selling 80% of our jobs, our prices are too low. If we can't sell 10% capture ratio, our prices are either too high or our value, more importantly, our value is not there and the consumer is not going to buy. It's rarely your price is too high. It's more that you have not created the value to that consumer yet, which is a whole other class on creating the value for the product, okay? People buy Louis Vuitton and Gucci purses that perform the same damn way as another damn purse, but they've created the value in that product and people buy them, right? And so Dan, as you raise your prices, you need to be third part of that puzzle is you know your numbers and you're watching that. And as you see a decrease in sales, you need to put your finger on why that is. Are you not delivering enough quality? Maybe you're already really fat on price, but you gotta go back and check your numbers. Why are you that way? Oh, because we're buying from Lowe's and Home Depot, paying a premium for the product. Okay, well then you got to fix that first, right? You got to find it. Maybe it's because we're building fence at 0.4 sections of man hour. Well, that's horrible. Let's fix that, right? The homeowners are not going to just pay you because you're not thrifty with purchasing material, no buying power, and you're ridiculously slow at building fence. They're not going to pay you more money. Where's the value in that, right? But if you're already efficient and you're already buying product at a good buying power like you should be, and you got your lean overhead, raise them prices up, and you're going to find that you're going to win. I hope that might have given some answer to that. But small increase in price is what I'm talking about. How about that? Not significant. I don't want anyone to go home and raise your price 20%. That ain't going to work. But I believe everyone here can do 2 to 5%, and you probably won't even see any change. And if you're most fence companies we see looking at books are going to be making a net 3 to 5%, barely surviving. Companies that are doing well are just a little bit, 10% or a little over 10. So if you add 2% to the bottom line, and you're only making 3 now, you damn near doubled your profit with a 2% increase in gross revenue. Like, no brainer, simple. No homeowner is going to walk away because you were 2%. On a $10,000 job, 2% is $200. You didn't lose that job. If you lost that job for $200, we got bigger issues. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Where am I at? Margin is an equation, direct cost, reciprocal of the margin, or COGS. I briefly said this with Josh Rand. We call it a magic number just because I wanted to give you a coin phrase that you can relate to, because we're not CPAs here, accountants. Most of us are not anyways. All right, here's an example of using it improperly, and I want you to see how big of a difference this is. Obviously, the one with the green check mark is right. We would take $15,000. We would times it by 0.72 if that was our actual markup we were supposed to be using, which gives us a 42% margin. So it would be $10,800. We add it to $15,000. We sell this job for $25,800. If we didn't use the numbers right, and we thought that if we are 42% margin meant we would take our job times 0.42, here's an example: 15,000 times 0.42, $6,300. We add to the 15,000. We add those together, over 21,300. The difference between those two My rough math, guys, what's $4,500? I think, roughly. Yeah, not the greatest mathematician, but $4,500 went in the tube. Let me see if I can go backwards on this real quick. Let me see it backwards. Boom, boom. All right. So the difference is $4,500 we left off the table. We sold the job because we're the low bidder, but at 10%, at a 10% net profit, which I'm telling you, I don't see too many fence companies actually make a clean, true 10% net profit after they're paid, after they pay themselves. At 10%, that's only on this job $2,500. We just lost $4,500. So we lost 100% of our net profit, and an additional $2,000 went down the drain. So it cost us $2,000 to go build this fence that we worked our ass off on. Happens all the time. All right. Magic number, which is, again, it's right here, guys. COGS, cost of goods sold, direct cost. It's just the magic number. I'm just calling it something else because we're not accountants. So here's the easy way. We know that our COGS is 58%. Let's go back to the earlier example of using 13% labor. I think it was 45% material cost. That equals 58%. Take the 15,000 divided by 0.58. That's a known confident number. I know what it is. I get a sell price of $25,862. But here's the cool part of the equation. When you do mess up and mix up the magic number and you get confused and you divide by the 0.42 instead of 0.58, it's $35,000 to the consumer. You didn't lose money. If you happen to sell it, you just made a shit ton extra money. Like, let that sink in for a second. We just took away the possibility. We removed the bad option by using a division. Even if you use the wrong number, you make more money. In the other equation, when you use multiplication and use the wrong number, I just proved to you, you lost a shit ton of money. So why not take this route, which is easier to do, and even if you make a mistake, the mistake is in your favor. Worst case scenario, you're at 35,000 and the homeowner's like, oh man, you're way higher. And you're like, wait a minute, go look at my numbers again. Oh shit. Actually, I could do it for 29,000. Because you went from 35 to 29, you win the job. Make even more money. I hope that makes sense to you. Removing the bad option in your fence business, in any business, should be a constant goal for you. I'll give you a very crude example of this. When we were digging and setting wood fence posts, for me, I made it a big deal that nobody was allowed to use a 6-inch torpedo level on a wood post because they were so warped that if you put a level on a warped post, you got an inaccurate result. The post was never really plumbed to begin with. So instead of telling my guys, do not use a torpedo level on a wood post, I said we are no longer allowed to have any torpedo levels in our company. Even though they would work on vinyl, they would work on aluminum, and they would work on wood, there was a possibility that they might use it on a wood post and have something inaccurate. So we deleted them from the possibility. We removed all 6-inch torpedo levels from our company and made it a big deal. We removed the bad option. Very crude example, but I think it's a very fitting example of your constant battle of just trying to remove the wrong answer. Have a question? Did I see Sam raise his hand? Okay, all right. All right. The accurate way. So you can confidently bid projects and know that when the homeowner says you're high or you're low, no, I'm accurate, everybody else is wrong. Okay, I think I beat a dead horse here on the multiplier. This guarantees the resulting budget amounts will not be achieved. First thing that you lose every single time, guys, not by choice, but you're losing profit. Every time you make a mistake in your bid process, it's not that you lose overhead money. You lost your profit first. That's just the way it goes. Just the way it goes. How much time I got left? Damn. I feel like I'm way ahead of schedule. Cool. So here's an example of 9 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite that far ahead of schedule. So here's a $10,000 materials, $5,000 labor, cost of goods is $15,000. If we want to make a 45% margin, that's going to be an 82% markup. If you go back to the earlier screen, you can see that. So correctly applying the margin, we have a sales price of $27,272. Incorrectly using the margin of 45% as a multiplier, we sell the job for $21,750. Clearly $6,000 too low. Big trouble. All right, we're doing good. Recap. So we learned the most important terms with talking about the financials of your business, right? Direct cost, overhead cost, COGS, cost of goods sold, gross margins, net profits. That's the only profit you should be focusing on. We talked about what should be direct cost and what shouldn't be direct cost. If you can put a known number, exact number to it, it's a direct cost. If you cannot say how much that costs you on that one job, then you should seriously consider putting that into an overhead cost. Avoid at all costs. I like the avoid at all costs. Come up with an overhead number per day. Too many people I see say, well, my overhead's $500 a day. I'm working 200 days next year, and I need to recoup $500 per day for those 200 days. Do not use a set number per day to try to get to your end result, because you're going to have jobs some days that are $10,000, and you're going to have jobs some days that are $2,000. And if it's relative to the number of days, you will not get your $500 recouped back, because you're leaving too much money on the table for the $10,000 job, and on a $2,000 job, you can't afford to pay $500 in overhead costs that day. So everything you do needs to be a percentage of the gross revenue, which is what's on your profit and loss statement. So your overhead percentage, whatever that needs to be, is what you should be put on every job. 25%, 28%, 32%, whatever, but definitely not a flat rate per day. Do not use a flat rate per day. Do not use renting a truck. Some guys are like, well, I also charge $200 a day for my truck. No, that's in the overhead cost. Your maintenance is already in the overhead cost. Use of that truck's in overhead cost, right? So no, you put all that cost in there, total cost for the year, get a percentage related to the total revenue, and every single job has that percentage on it, one for one, dollar for dollar. Boom. Questions? Yeah, I'm gonna leave that up there, but 12:45. Any questions? That's actually about right on time too. That's coincidental. Come on. No one's got questions. That was all clear as mud, or everyone already knew all that already. Oh. Yes. So I feel like you need to be above 30%. And I feel like that once you get over 50%, you gotta raise your price again. So I don't know that every market's a little bit different. The style of fence, the type of fence, residential, commercial, who's selling, owner operators will always have a very high capture ratio. Order takers are going to have a lower capture ratio. And that capture ratio is also heavily influenced by what you let through the funnel. So comparing your capture ratio with someone else in this room right now is dangerous, because you might be doing less vetting or more vetting of the leads than somebody else. So you need to compare your capture ratio against yourself continuously. There are some companies out there that take every lead, every Facebook message, everything they get, and they count it as a lead, as an appointment, and give that person a quote. For us, we only count towards the capture ratio if we actually were able to meet with you and give you a quote. If you received a proposal from us, then that is now an opportunity to close the job. So our capture ratio is going to be a little higher because we're selective. Our capture ratio has been averaging mid 50s, 53 to 50%, 53 to 56% the past few years, consistently overall total capture ratio. But we're selective on the number of leads coming in. It's not uncommon for us to only run, a slower season, 10 to 12 leads a week, and the busier season, maybe 25 leads a week. So that means we're very selective on what comes through. So your capture ratios can be indicative of how you handle the leads coming in. Potential leads. If there's not another question, I need about 3 minutes to use the restroom. If we can do that, let's take 5. Can we do that? Get the next slide up, 5 minutes, and we'll go and stop selling it. Ooh. All right.
So it's lunch in like 45 minutes. Anybody? Okay. So, all right, cool.
Can you hear me? Nice. I wanted to test out this webcam that I got. Sweet. I guess it's got a mic too. Blah. I can't believe we're on schedule, man. Mm, yeah. All right, man.
Okay, dokie. Out to lunch. I wish I had the lunch. Okay, so next slideshow. All right, let's see here. Yeah. Let's see. April 10th, 2025. Okay. Mhm. Let's go back there. Is that correct? Okay. Oh, 30 minutes on this? Oh, I can do it. I can do it in 30. Oh, but how long did I do it last time? Damn. All right, I'll try to do better. Don't challenge me. All right. Building better neighbors. Okay. My mindset right here. Okay. Stop selling, start solving. This is going to be a conversation. I'll challenge your mindset, particularly for your fence consultants. I would challenge you to do that first. Like, stop calling your salespeople salesmen. When you set up an appointment with the customer, say, hey, I'm going to send a salesman out, or we'll send a salesman out. Say fence consultant. So if you want to get that higher value, increase that price range a little bit, be different, and tell your consumers or potential clients that you have fence consultants, which are going to educate or help or share their experiences with what they know about fence with your prospective client and what their challenges are. So step one, stop calling your salespeople salesmen. And then step two, stop selling fence and start solving problems with the consumer. So I think we have like 10 steps here and acronyms. And in no particular order, I don't think I really have these in order, but they're all equally as important. Believe it or not, I've done several ride-alongs with fence consultants or salespeople all over the country. And I'm surprised sometimes at presentation. I'm surprised sometimes at the lack, or no, I'm surprised at the first impressions that they lead with. That's what they would do. That's almost embarrassing sometimes. So first impressions matter. You have one opportunity at that, and that's it. The customer will decide whether they trust you, believe it or not, within seconds. This sounds super simple, but let's cover the basics here. Arrive on time. Look professional. Be prepared. When we say arrive on time, there's no bonus points for showing up 15% or 15 minutes early. My percentage is still on mine from margins. There's no bonus time. Matter of fact, it's actually not good to show up early. If I was a consumer and I had an appointment with a fence consultant at 2 p.m., I'm planning my day. I might be on a Zoom call till 1:50 p.m. knowing Sean King, or hell, 1:55 p.m. The last thing I want is some dude knocking on my door at 1:45 for an appointment at 2. So be on time means be on time. Now, it also means if your appointment's at 2 o'clock, we don't show up at 2 o'clock. We might show up at 1:55 or 1:54, and then we pause and make sure that we're at the door at 2 o'clock, okay? Or we're going to call them. On time means on time, which means you're going to be there early, but don't be prepared, ready for the anomalies, traffic, stoplight, whatever it might be. Look professional, very easy, and be prepared. Greet the customer with confidence and respect, not fake humor, not loud, obnoxious. It's in how you walk, it's how you shake their hand, it's how you look them in the eye and offer them respect. It's their property, their house, their project. Respect them and that environment, right? This goes without saying, but we're not going to walk up smoking a cigarette to the front porch of somebody's house. You don't know what they think of that. It's not going to work out well for you more often than not. An acronym that I want you to remember is LAST. Lasting impressions are the first impressions. So look professional, arrive on time, smile, and thank them. And that's where we get the words LAST, L-A-S-T. First impressions, you get one time to make that, you got one shot at it. And also goes back to when you're looking professional is not just what you're wearing, but is your vehicle clean, organized, right? Did you park in their grass or in their driveway? Avoid that. Did you walk through their grass to their front door? Try to avoid that. All right, listen more and speak less. I love this. Here recently, I've posted this relationship a few times. We have two hands, we have two eyes, two nostrils, two ears, two legs, 2 feet. Everything we have two of is for receiving. Okay, there's a reason for that. We need to be in relationship receiving twice as much, whether it be touching, feeling, hearing, seeing, smelling. We only have one mouth. So let's use them in that proportion, right? So let's feel the environment. Let's hear what they're saying. Let's see what they're saying, how they're saying it. Look at twice as much as we're speaking. You're going to be fine. That is a huge benefit in closing deals. Consumers will respond better to you if you would just shut up and listen. Let them talk, right? I see more often than not, people are uncomfortable and they just busy talk. They may say the same thing 3 or 4 times in a row. They just obnoxiously talking to fill airspace. Silence is fine. Customers feel valued the most when they're heard. So that means responding back to them for clarity. If they say, I need a fence to protect my kids playing in the yard from dogs and other people walking down the street, and I got to keep other kids out of our pool, then say it back to them. So if I understand it correctly, what's most important to you is random dogs in a subdivision. You don't want them running into your yard while your kids are playing in the backyard, and you want to keep the other kids out of your pool when you're not around. Cool. Yes. Ask open-ended questions. What are those? Well, it took me a long time to figure out because I'm a slow learner, I suppose, but open-ended and closed-ended questions are what type of response you're going to get. That's what we're talking about. Like, what if I ask somebody, do you like blue or black? It's a closed question. Black, right? How do you feel about darker colors and lighter colors? Well, that's an open-ended question. Now they're going to tell me how they feel about those two colors. Okay. So you want to ask as many open-ended questions as you possibly can, because the goal is we want to hear them speak as much as possible, pick up on the clues, pick up on the indicators, pick up on what the real stress point is, why they're doing the project. There's always a stress point, where the need is, and take notes. However you might take notes. Maybe you record it, maybe you write it down, but even the action of you taking some sort of notes tells the person you're speaking to that you're paying attention to them, even if your notes are not that clear. It's more about the presentation, that you're diligently listening to them and taking notes. So the acronym for that is ALERT. It's the last word last, now it's ALERT. Ask questions, listen actively, empathize with them, repeat the concerns back to them, make sure you fully understand what it is that they need. Okay, wants are great, but make sure you're paying attention to what the need is and what the want is. Wants are good as upgrade credits and ways of getting over the hump, but the need is what you've got to fulfill, and that is the solving problem part, the need. We can't solve the need if we don't know what the need truly is. If you solve a need that you thought that they needed, they're probably not going to buy from you at the end of the day because you didn't actually solve their problem. Focus on solutions, not products. Another bad habit we see is fence consultants or so-called salespeople are motivated to sell what they know, right? Maybe they have a deal right now on wood fencing and it's 10% off. So their focus is to try to sell on whatever the special is for that month. And that is a dangerous play. Because even if you do sell the consumer that special, we have a high probability that you didn't fulfill their needs. And at the end, we have buyer's remorse. So we have an unsatisfied customer because you talked them into or sold them a product that actually didn't solve their need. You didn't listen to them and you were too focused on trying to sell something that was more beneficial to you. So focus on the solutions and not products. Customers seek solutions, not products. They're more often not, they're looking to solve a problem, identify the problem, explain how you would solve it, but keep your explanations simple and relevant. I do also see bad habits of people over-explaining, talking too much. They're really just trying to fill air and make it seem like they are very knowledgeable, but at the end of the day, be very specific and intentional about how you explain that product is going to prevent or solve their problem. Features and benefits, very important piece. So the acronym on this is C, solution focused, empathize, and educate. You're a fence consultant, so your primary focus is to educate them, help them through the process, and find the best product for them, not just for that sale, but for down the road, so that they're going to be happy for many years to come, because you did what you said, you did what they needed done. Highlight features and benefits. So customers are going to be more focused or buy on the benefit, not the feature. And unfortunately, as fence consultants and salespeople, oftentimes we focus too much on the feature, right? Like, it's a powder coated finish, right? It's ALMA compliant 2604. That is a feature. What does it mean to the consumer? They don't care it's powder coated. They care less. What they care is it going to fade next year? Will it peel off in 5 years? Will it look horrible? So the benefit is it's powder coated so that it will look like it does day one, 10 years from now. It's going to hold up so you don't have to repaint it. You won't have an eyesore down the road. Like, that's the benefit to them. So focus on presenting the benefits. Be careful presenting too much, spending too much time on the feature. We geek out too many times as a experienced fencer on what we know about these features. And the reality of it is, what does it mean to them? What does it mean to them? Put it in terms that make sense to them. So features, advantages, and benefits. Focus on the benefits. What does it mean to them? FAB, F-A-B. Focus on the benefits. Keep it simple. This stuff is not like rocket science here, but I promise you, follow these steps. You're gonna win more projects. Keep it simple. Less is more. Too many options overwhelm the consumers all day long, every day. Massive brochures with all the different styles and colors and heights and grades create like a decision block for the consumer. They just get they're froze. They too many options, and now they go back and reconsider it, digest it, second guess themselves. Less is more. We don't even use brochures anymore. Like, literally, we point to the neighbor's fence, say, well, white vinyl fence like that one, and we have wood dog ear fence like that one, and black aluminum fence like that one. Typically, we can point down the road and show it to them, or show them a real simple picture. But when you give them too many options, one, they freeze, and two, they may say, well, can you quote me a vinyl, give me a wood price, give me chain link, and give me that special aluminum with the doggy picket. If they're asking you to quote that many projects, you got to go back up a bunch of steps and say, let me understand it correctly. Did you say you needed privacy because you didn't want the neighbor to see your daughter laying by the pool anymore? Yes, that's correct. Oh, okay. Well, the aluminum is not going to fulfill that need, and neither will the chain link, right? And so we can take this off the plate. We're going to go back to the beginning. And they're going to say, and they may say, didn't you say that you wanted no maintenance because you have no time? Then we probably take the wood off the plate. We're not going to quote them eight different prices. If they need that, they can go on my website and quote the heart's content. But we're not going to write them proposals for everyone with styles. So less is more. Give them less options. Now, it used to be we thought offering them a good, better, best option was ideal. So we would say, we have white vinyl fence in a good, better, best option. We thought by saying that we gave them enough options, they didn't need to go anywhere else, because some homeowners don't want the best fence. Some homeowners don't want the cheapest fence. Some want right in the middle. I get that. So we thought if we offered good, better, best of every product type, style, that we would cover all their needs, and there would be no need to go to another fence company down the road. All that did was create absolute chaos on our ordering, on our installation, on our paperwork. And again, consumers froze because which one do I want or need? Do I want the high end, the middle grade, the cheap stuff? So it wasn't as advantageous as we thought it was. Now I propose we're having more success now with value and value plus. So value engineer your proposals. If you're the guy that is protecting their pocketbook and you're telling them that with all your experience and all the knowledge you have and all the training you have, if it was in your backyard, you would put this vinyl fence in, the 2x7 rail and the locking pickets and the top rail ties and the iDrive power systems or whatever it is that you're doing, because it's the best value. Now you're on their team. Nobody wants to just spend high dollars of money for no. They want to get the most bang from their buck. Nobody wants to buy a cheap fence that's going to fall over in a year. They don't want to do that. They may use the word cheap, but what they mean is they want the best value. So your first proposition to solve their problem should be the best value engineered option. Okay. So your product offering that you have in your arsenal is probably should be have a focus of value engineered. Every option you have. Avoid having the cheapest, or have the best value engineered. And then have a value plus. So that is saying this is the best value. This one's got the same value but some extra features. There are people that want to buy the Lexus over the Toyota. There are people that want to buy that name brand because of the extra features. So have an option for like that second option. It's not a bad idea. We can upgrade you to this piece if you want to have, tan vinyl fence over white. That's a value plus, maybe. Maybe they want locking. Maybe value plus is your locking pickets. I don't know. But having a second value premium or value plus can be advantageous. I'm okay with those two options. But lead with the value engineered product, which is V squared or V2, value and value plus instead of good, better, best. Keep it simple. Less is more. Lead with the differentiation and profit. Do not hide or mislead your consumers that you're a not-for-profit business. You are there to make money. And in return, you're there to offer them a service, fulfill their need in a way that they can't do it themselves. More cost effective to hire you than to try to do it themselves. Because if they try to do it themselves, they know there's a learning curve there. There's equipment involved. It's not going to be as cheap as they thought it was going to be, and the quality's not going to be there to probably redoing it. So don't be afraid to make money. Okay, I gotta call it out. There's too many people that will tell the consumers like, "Well, the materials are this, and I got to buy the materials for $5,000, so I'll charge you $5,000 for the material. You pay me $500." No, we're in a business to make money. Don't be afraid of that. And then focus on being different. I love this analogy where I forget where I heard it. Actually, I've heard it multiple times now. You can be in a red ocean fighting with all the other sharks, and all that red ocean is blood in the water. You guys are all just tearing each other apart. No one's really winning here. Or you could be in the blue ocean out there swimming all by yourself because you're not in the rat race. You look different, act different, sound different. The more focus you can put into making yourself different, then the easier it's going to be when your price is different. In that conversation you have about why your price is higher or lower or whatever it is, differentiation is very, very important. So act different, look different, be different. Talk about fence different. Sell by the section if nobody else is. Fence consultants, focus on solving leads. Just continuously focus on being completely different. The process of how you interact with consumers be different. Stand out and highlight what is a unique value to you. We don't want to use the words, I'm the best, but you're best at what and then who's measurable. I would avoid ever using the word best, but call out why you're unique. Don't put yourself in a comparison to somebody. Just talk about how we have a 95% customer satisfaction, or We 90% of the time we build our fences in one day, or we build fences that have a 100-mile-an-hour guarantee. Like that has nothing to do with anybody else. It just has to do why you're unique and your value. So focus on who you are. Avoid discounts. This is a 30-minute conversation right here, but take my word on it. Stop giving discounts. Period. End of story. Period. End of story. Like I am law enforcement. My family's military. No discount. No discount for law enforcement. No discount for military. No discount for mom, dad, friend, aunt, uncle. How your family should pay you more money for the project. No discounts at all. If you give a 10% discount, we just had a conversation about most companies are lucky to make a 10% true net profit. If you give a 10% discount, you just did the job for free. You took all the liability and risk for nothing. No, don't do it. Now, there are ways of using upgrade credits instead. That's a whole other conversation, but there are ways to bridge the gap between you maybe $1,000 higher than the other 3 companies down below you, and you bridging the gap on value without decreasing your price by giving more value. If someone says, well, everyone else is $1,000 cheaper, can you match their price? No, but I hear what you're telling me is you don't think I'm offering you $1,000 more in value. Let me double that and give them an extra $1,000 upgrade credit. Now, for $1,000 more money, they're getting $2,000 additional value. People will spend more money to get the extra value all the time. Okay, we buy in quantities of volumes of things we don't need because it's cheaper per quantity to buy in that volume. So no discounts, upgrade credits instead. And there's a whole class on no discounts. I can prove it to you. Not always a Sunday. Acronym is CORE, clarify, outline, reinforce, and educate again. So the second time we've talked about educate. So educate again. Make sure that we are sharing our experiences. Don't geek out on technicalities, but remember that they're focused on what the benefit is to them. Right? Educate them. Best value wins. Use technology, especially this day and age. I mean, oh my gosh, so many consumers are at their fingertips. They have so much information already. They already have so much technology. You need to utilize that to your benefit. So use technology, enhance the experience. Use technology to show them the visuals of how that fence would look in their yard, right? Reality fence, massive benefit to using reality fence program, using augmented reality to put the fence in the yard. We see massive gains in capture ratio just by showing them, rather than show them a picture or a brochure, just say, hey, let me show you what white vinyl fence would look like in your yard. And you draw it up, you put it there, and they can see it on the screen, how it would look in real life. Show them wood, show them chain link. Those are huge tools that you should be utilizing. Company Cam, I believe, is one of the #1 piece of software that any fence company should subscribe to as quickly as possible. Company Cam is going to reduce the miscommunication between the consumer and yourself and your team, and as time goes by. So document, videotape, and picture what it is their needs are and how you're solving them to make sure that we cross all the T's and dot all the I's, so that once we sell this project or win this project, after we're completed, we have a very satisfied and winning customer rather than somebody that's going to potentially be upset with us or not recommend this because there's miscommunication. So tech, transparency, efficiency, customization, and helpfulness comes from utilizing reality fence, Company Cam, there's AI, there's so many things you can use. My Salesman, another one comes to mind, or letting them bid projects themselves in the evenings on your website. Get some rough ranges, but use technology. Be that company that shows up that's tech savvy. It's going to help you right now. Positive energy and communication. Like I said, these are not necessarily in any order. This is a big one, though. This definitely should be at the top of the list. You can pull up to that appointment 5 minutes early, like I suggested. Be at the door at 2 o'clock, like we said we were going to be. But if you're bummed out and you have negative energy and your body language shows that you're defeated, tired, wore out, upset, they're going to feed right off of that. They're not going to be in a buying mood when they are feeding that kind of energy from you. Okay. So if you 5 minutes prior to the appointment, you just got the phone with one of your guys and they completely foobar the job site up and it's a mess, it's chaos, and you got to fix it. I need you to take a deep breath and realize you're going to throw this whole lead apart if you don't fix it. So find that positive energy, go up to that client and give them 100% of you and be positive as possible. Avoid negative terms, avoid negative conversation. Everything should be in a positive light, and communicate. Customers respond to enthusiasm and clarity. Don't make small talk. You know, if you see a football team banner in their garage, don't be like, oh, that's my favorite team. That's not helping. Okay. Avoid the small talk. Let's respect their time. Let's get down to business. Let's take care of, we're there to work for them. They have a problem. Let's listen to them. Let's find the problem. Let's communicate. Let's give them the information they need and help them make the right decision for them and their family. Avoid the filler words at all possible. Very clear, confident tone, limit small talk, engage with purpose, avoid distractions. Don't answer your phone when you're meeting with them. Don't be like, oh, just 1 minute, let me get right back to you. Don't be texting somebody while you're there. You want to learn you want to throw capture ratios in the tank, answer phone calls and text messages, and tell them 1 moment, walk away. Like, that is going to turn people off. So it's literally maybe 30 minutes that you got to spend with a client to give them a proposal and ask for a close. You don't need to turn this into an hour-long presentation, and it should not be a 10-minute in and out either. All right. So engage with them, engage with purpose, avoid distraction, respond professionally. Obviously, some of the clear things here, don't talk about politics. I would avoid even talking about sports teams. Let's focus on what we're there for. Okay. Big one right here. Respond and follow up promptly and accurately to whatever you said you were going to do. But lack of responding, or lack of follow-up rather, is going to be is going to leave a huge impact on your capture ratio. If you're less than a 20% capture ratio, I can probably guarantee you're not calling anybody back. You're not following up with them and finding out if they've done the project yet or not, if there's anything else you can do for them. If you're a guy that gives them a price and moves on, worse yet, got it right there on a piece of business card and said, here, it's $4,500 and leave, call me if you want the fence, your cash ratio is going to be in the tank. Okay. We don't want to follow up so much that we annoy them, give them a space, but we need to figure out what they want for follow-up, and we need to follow that follow-up plan. Okay. Timely response is very important. When there's a need, they're hot and they want to get this thing solved more often than not. Okay. So we don't want to bug them, but we want to make sure that we're there and thinking of them. So follow up, but have the follow-up plan. Tell them, I'm going to reach back to you on Wednesday, and then do it. I'm going to reach back up to you on Friday, let you have a chance to think about it or talk to your neighbor or figure out what you want, and I'm going to call you back or I'm going to email you back. Avoid follow-ups that are just non-personal. Like if you're just sending a follow-up email every single week, that's not going to get you anywhere as pick up the phone or send them a text. Okay. Some people would rather have a text than a phone call. Ask them when you're at the call, when you're there in front of them. Would you be okay if I text you on Friday? So yes, great. Okay. Would you be okay if I call you on Friday? Like, ask them how they want to be followed up, and then take note of that and do what you said you're going to do. This is going to make a huge impact on capture ratios. Follow up, always communicate the next step. Don't have to ever get off the phone without telling and committing to what the next step is. Stay proactive, and timeliness absolutely matters. Don't let it just sit there for 2 or 3 weeks with no callback or text. Okay. Respond and follow promptly. Exceeding expectations. This should be a goal of yours. Use these words in your SEO. Use these words in your responses. Often look at our reviews. We always respond back with, we pride ourselves in exceeding our customers' expectations. If we exceed their expectations, that's a win-win. If our goal is to exceed their expectations, then by default, even if we don't quite exceed them, we're going to fall at least at meeting their expectations. So under promise and over deliver. Be careful telling someone you can get there in a week when you cannot. Don't tell them you can do XYZ with a type of fence when you cannot. You're always better off by under promising and over developing. Follow up post installation to ensure satisfaction. I see examples where people get done, to get the check, and they get out of there, and they don't take time for follow up. We learn on the follow up. We get better on the follow up afterwards. Ask them about the satisfaction. Ask for the review. But more importantly, be listening about how the process was so you can get better at your process. Find out from them, was purchasing a product from us difficult, easy? What was it like? And then plan and adapt your process based on what you learn. So work with integrity. That's very, very important. That's doing the right thing even when no one else is watching. Make that a priority in your business. Impress with quality, and then never compromise trust. As much as it sucks when you make a mistake and you miss a deadline, or you forgot to order material, or so many things that can go wrong, and then we try to make little white lies about it, or excuses. How about that? Rather than just own it. We don't want to call the homeowner and tell them the material didn't show up on that truck, so we ignore them for 4 or 5 days. Never a good idea. The faster you can get that communication open with them, the better off. Even as much as it sucks, make that phone call, go meet them in person. You're going to win by being honest, upfront, and rush to conflict. I love the idea of rushing to conflict. If there is an issue of any kind, the faster you can get on that issue, in front of that issue, will always be better off. You're going to end up better off in the end, as much as it sucks. So rush to conflict. Be very confident, but don't hide from problems. Take them. Own it. The path to sales success, conclusion. We're going to wrap all this back up. We're listening. We're focusing on solutions. We're focusing on being different. We're building trust. That's going to allow us to close more deals. We're making it a priority that our team knows our goal is to exceed expectations. Doing the one more, doing the one extra thing. You may build a badass fence and checked all the boxes and did everything you said you were going to do. It's not memorable because that was the agreement. But maybe along the way, you picked up the dog poop in the yard because you didn't want to step in it all day. And the extra 3 minutes, 5 minutes it took you to pick up all the dog poop, they may or may not realize it. But can you imagine if they realized you picked it all up for them? Could go pretty well. Or if there was a broken paver in the yard, stepper or something. You didn't break it. It was already broke. But they sell them at Lowe's and Home Depot for $4. What if you empower your team, like, hey, go get that thing when you're at Home Depot, let's replace it. Don't even tell them you did, just done. They'll notice it. Like, that's exceeding expectations, okay? Going above and beyond things that you were not expected to do, things you did not agree to do. Find those little things, they'll buy you some kudos. So maybe if there is a problem, you've got a little insurance there, a little buffer. Practice using the acronyms in this presentation with your team. You know, they should know what CLEAR stands for. They should know what LAST stands for. Just remind them when they have to go to those appointments. Like, hey guys, focus on LAST today, right? That's that first impression. Go look at your tools like Reality Fence, Company Cam. Use that technology to your advantage. Contractor Clock, another great one. Use those tools to your advantage. Make yourself look different than the competition. So, we're right on time, Nico. I knew I'd get done in 30 minutes. Almost 35. We have Ashley has a question.
What's contractor clock?
Oh, damn, I let that slip, didn't I? Well, let me get, I can see you guys' faces here. So contractor clock is the first ever. I've been meeting with them the past 2 weeks. Stop sharing. So one of the problems, challenges we've had with our teams is getting accurate clocking data for job costing purposes primarily, so we know exactly how much time per job. And there has never been, that I've ever found, any software that allows us to auto clock their ass. So when they show up, it automatically knows where there is, clocks them into that job, and clocks them out when they leave. And so we've been working with these guys the last 2 weeks. We're actually turning on Mr. Fence next week. It's a smaller company, but by utilizing that, we get less stress, and we know exactly when they're driving. We know when they're at the Home Depots and Lowe's. We know how long they're in the yards. And so we're working with them on getting this into a percentage for you guys so that you can start tracking on a leaderboard, percentage of time boots on the ground, percentage of drive time, and percentage of time spent in a day loading or unloading, doing non-productive, essentially, work. They're getting paid for it. Got to do it. We want to reduce the amount of drive time, transportation time, and cleanup and prep time. So we would have a board out there with, team A is 82% boots on the ground and 10% drive time, or whatever the difference is. They're 8% shop time, compared to team 2, which is 85% boots on the ground. So we want to encourage as much time. We only make money when at the job site. Reality of it is, and so the more minutes we have at the job site, the more output we get from that time spent at the job site. So it's not like they're going to milk the clock at the job site, but the comparison to the drive time and the shop time is what we're looking for, the differentiation between the two. So we'll be talking a lot about it soon. I'll be sharing it a whole lot more here real soon. It's a pretty new product for us anyways.
I can't wait to use that. My guys are going to love it.
So there's still a few bugs working out because so if they're at the shop and they leave to go home, it doesn't know that they left to go home because it's thinking it left to go to another job, right? And so then they got to remember to clock out. So there's auto clock out. There's a few things. We're going to get it. This is the first people ever be willing, because no other software would be willing legally. They're like, we legally cannot lock them in and out. These guys, yeah, we can. So they can clock in when their butts get to the office in the morning and when they leave here. So we just got to set some rules up. But the problem is if in the middle of the day they come to the shop and then they go back to the job and come to the shop and then go home, that's where we're having a little bit of an issue. We're going to get work through it, Ashley. I promise. We're close. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Come on, let's get those reviews up. How much time we taking for lunch? Yes. You're welcome. Uh-oh, what happened to your screen there? Oh, I got you. That's a late lunch for you guys. It's late enough for me. Shit, you guys will be starving. All right, well, we got an hour and 5 minutes, and then after lunch, who's up? All right, James, I'm gonna go eat lunch. I'll see you guys back. Let's review while you're at lunch. Come on. Let's go. Do it. All right.